Let's get back to it.
It is set to become the driest May in 124 years, having only seen an average of 1.25 inches of rain across the UK so far this month. That is patriotic inches, by the way, and not that surrender monkey EU stuff. And you double it and add 32 to get the surrender monkey EU stuff. To get metres, you multiply inches by 2 and add 32, so that's 1.25 inches times 2 is 3.5. Add 32 is 38.9, so we've had 38.9 metres of rain so far in May. Can you believe that?
No.
Can you believe that in Glasgow?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. If you live in Glasgow, it's never actually stopped raining. That's right, climate change has left us practically without water. I'm kidding, it's not climate change. I read it on a Facebook page that also told me that Bill Gates wants to inject nanobots into your brain for the purpose of... Well, it didn't actually say, but that doesn't mean it's not true. Either way, we are dry. Very, very dry. But because of the excellent performance in fixing leaks by the kindly and public-spirited companies that squirt water up our houses, we will not need to reduce the amount we use. No short showers instead of baths. No hosepipe bans. Goodness me, no. Why would anybody think that? Except that's precisely what they're saying. A water company has warned customers not to spray their lawns and take 4-minute showers rather than baths, as the driest May on record raises fears of hosepipe bans. That again. Yorkshire Water, for it is they, have asked the 3 million households in their purview to voluntarily cut their water usage, urging people to turn off the taps when they're brushing their teeth. Well, what kind of a moron leaves the taps running when they're brushing their teeth? South East Water has also asked its 2.2 million customers to, quote, help us by taking simple steps such as not watering lawns, reusing paddling pool water. For what? And only using dishwashers and washing machines on full loads to help make sure there's enough water for everybody. Oh yeah, as opposed to not putting anything in there and then just running it for the hell of it. Who does that? Sounds like they're clutching at straws to me. The Environment Agency said we work closely with all water companies throughout the year to ensure their drought plans are up to date and activated as needed. But it doesn't seem to include not allowing water to leak from their pipes, which it does in vast amounts. And it's not like it's a new problem. It's the same problem year after year after year, and it doesn't get fixed. I looked up Thames Water's website. They claim that they're responsible for they claim 603 million litres lost per day. And they were saying that this is a record to be proud of because it's 1 million litres better than they'd predicted. So unless I read it wrong, to recap, that's 603 million litres lost per day, not 604 million litres lost per day. So let's celebrate. In 2017, The Guardian reported that 20% of all water leaks... No, wait. I'll read that again. In 2017, The Guardian reported that 20% of all water leaks out of the water company's pipes before it even gets to our houses. 20%. That's a quarter. In 2016, the year before, the government's official advisors, the Committee on Climate Change, warned that water shortages were one of the most serious impacts of global warming in the UK, with even modest temperature rises leading to severe water shortages in England. And the Committee on Climate Change said measures to reduce both leakage and demand were needed. And you might think that it's very expensive to fix leaks, and you'd be right. But it's not like the water companies don't reward the executives and shareholders like they're like standing under a waterfall of cash. In 2018, Britain's biggest water companies paid out £1 billion in dividends to shareholders. £1 billion. While water companies were being criticised by both the Conservative and Labour parties for overcharging customers and for wasting enough gallons of water per day through leaks to meet the needs of 22 million people, the Mail revealed that the largest single dividend payment to shareholders was £180.6 million by United Utilities. The company also paid shareholders, which include the American investment giant BlackRock, £90.3 million in February. 180 million in 1 month, 90 million in another. Which answers the question, who owns our water? It's not us. It's foreign investors, mostly wealthy Americans and hedge funds. And the executives of these companies get theirs too, of course, for excellence in selling us something that we can't do without. In 2018, the GMB trade union found executives had banked £58 million in pay and benefits over the previous 5 years. 58 million. And during that period, customers faced above-inflation rises in their water bills. Well, those bonuses don't pay for themselves, you know. Our bills rose 40% above inflation to 2018 since the industry was privatised in 1989. That's according to the National Audit Office. And you might think, well, the GMB trade union are just lefty snowflakes. It's the politics of envy, that sort of cultist response to anything that's said by anybody who's not a foaming right-winger. Well, that same year, 2018, a certain un-lefty Michael Gove called for a crackdown on excessive executive pay and offshore financial arrangements within water companies, warning that concern about corporate behaviour could grow if customers faced a hosepipe ban. In a letter to Johnson Cox, chairman of Ofwat, Michael Gove, who was the Environment Secretary then, he said, the use by some water companies of opaque financial structures based in tax havens and high gearing is deeply concerning. I also share your concern that some water companies have, for many years, been making excess profits, wrote Michael Gove. He said, concern about water companies' behaviour will only deepen if the dry weather experienced means that some water companies bring in hosepipe bans or other restrictions on customer use. That was a couple of years ago now, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Michael Gove was right. And it doesn't seem right that companies waste water on such a scale and they are rewarded so lavishly for providing something that we will die if we don't use. Whose brilliant idea was it to privatise the utilities in the first place?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I can't recall. Too long ago. Who can remember back that far? It's probably Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Or more likely, the blooming EU forced us to do it. You remember the EU, don't you?
No!
Yes, that's them. Meanwhile, the Met Office is predicting that this weekend's going to be dry and sunny across most of the country. 77 Fahrenheit. Could be 81 Fahrenheit, and which even applies to Glasgow. Can you believe that?
No.
Yes. Forecasters said there will be no appreciable rain over the next week, and further hot weather is expected into next week. So don't run your dishwasher if there's nothing in it. In it! And would you like to know what the weather's going to be like for the whole of June? Well, the first half, following the prolonged dry, warm weather into the in May and into the start of June, is going to become cooler and more changeable in June. The first week of June will be rather cool and breezy, with showers.
Oh, no.
Although the following week it looks like temperatures should return to nearer normal. High pressure, drier, brighter conditions. That's the first half of June. The second half? Well, by the middle of June, more settled conditions will probably be established again across many parts, generally drier than average, likely to be warmer than average. I've got cabin fever. I think a lot of people have got cabin fever. I've noticed that there's more people out, significantly more than there were when I drove in here this time last week, when the weather was equally nice and the park that I drove past was pretty full. Surprisingly full, actually, compared to how it had been previously. But this week, holy moly, you could barely see the grass that there were so many people. Nobody seemed to be socially distancing. It's like we are ignoring what the government said. I wonder why that would be. What recent events might have caused us to think, well, if you ain't going to do it, we ain't going to do it neither. If I didn't know that there was a pandemic on, I wouldn't have known that there's a pandemic on. I didn't see anybody wearing a mask. I didn't see anybody distancing themselves from anybody else. They were all hugger-mugger. practically interfering with each other's clothing they were.
Disgusting.
0345 6060 973. This text says, this Trump bloke, is he really the president of the USA? I feel like I've been in a coma for 5 years. Nothing makes sense anymore.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
No, that really doesn't make sense anymore, does it? Well, it never did. At first I was amused, now I'm petrified. He's going to have a war of some kind, maybe on multiple fronts. I expected that he would have a war before the election because, when a country is at war, then the people get very, very frightened and they gather around the flag. And whoever is in the top job gets a bump, gets a boost. But I didn't think that he would be at war with his own country. I thought he was going to pick another country. I thought Iran was going to be the lucky contestant. And then maybe I thought, well, maybe it's going to be China. But if America has a war with China, then America's going to lose, I'm afraid, quite badly. And that ain't me saying it, that's America saying it. Their own military have been conducting, war games, as they do all the time. And in every scenario that they could come up with, they lose badly to China. So it ain't going to be China he picks a fight with. It's going to be, California, New York, one of those places. Who's it going to be? Place your bets. Let's have a call in South Shields. James.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, James.
Well, I don't know if the people running the game theory on the America versus China thing, I don't know if they factored nuclear weapons into that.
Nobody's going to start firing nuclear weapons at each other.
I know, but I just think, if they'd done their game theory correctly, they would have calculated that. I mean, a nuclear bomb, and that's a lot of Rice Krispies,
Yeah, right. But do you think but if people start launching nuclear weapons at each other, is that a scenario in which you think America could count a win?
But I don't think anyone would win, but they've got more, haven't they?
They've got more. How many do you need?
I'm not defending the use of nuclear weapons there, but
well, I think we should. We've tried everything else. We should give it a go. Why not? Come on, everybody. Let's start a campaign.
I hope not. But I was thinking if you were sensible, you'd factor that into the calculations. I mean, who knows what a desperate man would do, Anyway, Trump's tweets.
Yeah.
I'm also, I'm not a big fan of Trump, but maybe it's been misinterpreted. When the looting starts, the shooting starts, I mean, he could be saying that as a tangential thing, It could be a warning to just everyone to say that when looting starts, people will shoot. It's not saying that the police are going to shoot people.
Right. And you really are tying yourself up into knots to try to explain that away, aren't you? Just from the sound of your voice, I can tell that even you don't believe it.
Well, actually, I am in favour of Twitter moderating tweets. I've seen all sorts of crazy tweets, things like Epstein was a Mossad agent, and Mossad did 9/11, and white British people are going to be a minority by 2066. So I'm all in favour of Twitter, doing some censoring.
Yeah.
When those crazy conspiracy theories come up. You know what I mean?
Well, yes, but on the other hand, Twitter, there's so much content that goes up. I can't remember exactly how much, so I'll make it up. 20 billion terabytes go up per second. Can you believe that? How are they expected to read all that stuff? They're not. It's not like a publishing house. They can't be expected to edit every tweet, and that's what Trump is basing his latest demented outpourings on. That they're a publishing house rather than whatever it is that they're counted as. Huh?
They've got algorithms, haven't they? That can do that sort of stuff.
Algo. Oh yeah, they've got stuff for the thing. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you sound like an expert.
Well, let's say they figure out a naughty word that the algorithm wants to censor, right? So, like the N word, but then like far right extremists swap the N with a J and an O, and it turns into like joggers. then they'd have to censor another word, like jogging.
Yes. Well, you see this in the comment section of the Daily Mail all the time. People are constantly changing words to include symbols and numbers, but you can tell what it is that they're trying to say. It's just that they are trying to dodge the very algorithms that you're talking about. Or they're just trying to confuse the interns who comb through that cesspit that is the comment section at the bottom of any story on the Daily Mail.
And they say things like Obama was a jogger, and there's joggers going crazy in America. And you know what they mean. They're just being racist.
Right. Well, I've never actually read anything like that, but I'll take your word for it.
I've seen that online. It's pretty crazy. They just move words. They'll move letters around and move words around. It's depressing. I don't know how you beat it, to be honest.
Right, well, they can't. I'm glad that Twitter has actually not backed down on this. Trump must be blowing his top because he thought that they would capitulate immediately once he started leveling his ire at them for having fact-checked one of his demented tweets. This was the one about all mail-in votes are fraudulent, which is curious because he himself is a mail-in voter. He voted in Florida, where he was, but his vote counts in New York. So he didn't go there. He mailed it in. So he's part of his own problem. And then that's when all this started, because Twitter fact-checked him and said that it isn't true. There's no great problem with mail-in fraud voting in the States. No such thing exists. In fact, the armed forces have been using mail-in voting for decades. It's just making it up. And Twitter finally got its act together to actually, give him a metaphorical slap around the legs. And he did what you would expect a childish man of his ilk to do. He had a temper tantrum. It sounded like this. And instead of backing down, Twitter upped its game and blocked an entire tweet of his, which was that thing about, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Which does sound like it's going to make its way into one of those hippity-hip-hop songs. People are probably writing it up right now. I bet they're shooting the video already. Thanks a lot, James. 0345 6060 973. Paul in Exeter says, you are a bad example using imperial measurements. You're just like an old person on the bus. An old person on the bus. Imperial measurements. Well, we're supposed to be using imperial measurements. That's what Her Majesty wants us to use. Now we've turned our back on that rainbow coalition of delighted Europeans and are repelling all borders at our border. Imperial measures. Pints, inches, of course. Here is Ivan, St Albans.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you're commenting about all this, the water shortage and hosepipe bans maybe this year. Well, we seem to have one every year when we get hot weather, but we've had all these floods in February around the country, and they were saying that maybe 300,000 Chinese people will come over here. Where we're going to find them to live, they need sanitation, the water, and if we're short of water now, how are we going to manage to have more people come here and to let them drink our water and washing machines and make them welcome?
300,000 Chinese people are going to be coming here?
That's what they said. That's what they said on your LBC News and in the newspapers this week. There may be...
do you mean from Hong Kong or just...
Hong Kong. Yeah.
Right, Hong Kongese, yes.
Yeah.
Which is curious because we're throwing our doors open and inviting, well, it seems just about anybody from a virus hotspot. About 20 million people have come in since the virus raised its ugly head, and not even now are we thinking twice that maybe that's not such a great idea and we should quarantine them, which is also not such a great idea, particularly now because it's too blooming late.
That's right, and everyone's washing their hands more, using more water, so that's going to make it a lot more harder, but I still don't understand why they've never got any money for more reservoirs. Surely they could Even the farms were flooded, and the north has been very bad. Of course, Glasgow's rain all the time. I mean, we've got warm weather down the south here, but I think surely that they could, with all the knowledge, they could build more reservoirs, and we don't have this problem in the near future.
Well, I'm no water engineer. I have no idea what I'm talking about on this or any other subject, but it does seem to be that year after year after year, they lose millions and millions and millions of litres of water, and they don't appear to do anything about it, as though it just costs too much, so let's just forget about it and we'll divvy up the money that we save amongst the executives and the shareholders. Yeah. Problem solved.
Yeah. I think around our area where I live, there's a lot of gas mains they changed a lot of gas mains, the old iron, they put them all into plastic, so maybe all the old cast iron pipes are over the few years that they were built. Maybe the problem is they're all sort of falling a bit, rusting up, and it's going to take forever and a day. I just think that...
Well, I think that you may have hit on a solution there, because I bet the electricity cables run through plastic pipes as well. So why not repurpose or dual-purpose the electricity pipes to also carry water? That's an excellent suggestion, Ivan. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, the only problem is when you've got water electric, I wouldn't advise that.
No, well, I would. I think it's they go together like
shocking.
Like
coming from Unit, shocking.
Like bananas and peanut butter. Doesn't that sound great?
Nice.
Disgusting.
Yeah, awful. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Paul in Bedford says, we had extremely wet weather. If they built more reservoirs, we would collect more water when it rains. That's a completely different person. Same solution. We did have extremely wet weather. Why can't they just build a pipe from Glasgow? We could wet the world with a water pipe that came from Glasgow. Chris in Newbury says, can you imagine what other possible excuses that they came up with that must have been like what? Can you imagine what the other possible excuses they came up with must have been like for them to conclude that 60-mile driving eye test was the best option? Yeah, well, I have a theory about that. It's slightly controversial, so grip onto something firm. I'll come to that in a minute. In Stockport texts, if BJ cannot operate without Cummings, he should pay his salary and expenses out of his own pocket and give the taxpayers a break. Excellent suggestion. What do you say to that, Boris? An echoing silence. This says, if Trump loses the next election, that's the end of my reality TV show. News will become boring. I think we could do with boring now, couldn't we? Oh, it seems like a glorious period that we went through when all we had to talk about was Brexit. Do you remember back that far?
Boring!
Yes, I do. It would be nice to have boring for a while, wouldn't it? And this says, the last reservoir to be built in the UK was in 1989, and yet there are 10 million more people in this country since then. The water companies need to build more with their £1 billion dividend. That sounds like an excellent idea. New Malden, Ahmed.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes.
Brilliant show as ever. I just wanted to say, is Donald Trump really serious? Surely he cannot be serious shutting down social media platforms.
He won't. He can't. It's not up to him. He keeps doing his
order like he's done before.
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. Executive order. It's a law that has to be enacted by Congress. He's not king. He's president. Difference.
Because he's making all these crazy statements all the time. Every statement is more outlandish than the last one. Mm-hmm. And, he's just rubbishing the media.
It's his special genius.
And now our Prime Minister has also gagged the BBC reporter as well. What's going on?
We're all living in Donald Trump's world now.
Well, are we just going to take it lying down? Or
yes, what? Yes, we are. And we'll enjoy it while we're taking it, precisely. It is a question of, thank you, sir, may I have another? Yes, our capacity to be punished seems to be without end.
But now the notion that they might, as you were commenting earlier on, he might start a war, and the American people will probably, support him again, because it always happens that way. But surely American people cannot be that foolish, can they, to re-elect him? No, come on.
Well, do you think that they were foolish enough to elect him in the first place? Yes, the results are in. Yes, they were, yeah.
I mean, he's done just about everything except a murder.
Yeah, except lead, yeah. And if the certain reports on social media are correct, maybe even murder. I mean, he's throwing out accusations of murder about a TV news personality, the kind of person that he is always having public fights with, like a child. And the accusation came right back at Donald Trump, that he himself may have been guilty of, doing the exact thing that he's accusing others of. But in fact, that's his modus operandi. Accuse others of that which he is guilty.
Well, I just heard that in 1998, he reputed to have made this statement that when he was not political, he's not politicized at that time, and he was deciding which way to go, whether to go with Democrats or Republican. He said, I'm going to go with the Republican because they are really
gullible.
Dumbest. No, they are. No, these were the words. The reputed to have said they are the dumbest voters ever. And he's been proven right there.
I think you're probably right. Yeah, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Donald Trump was right. Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Ahmed. 0345 6060 973. But in conclusion, though, this is not a dream. You are not hallucinating. This is real life.
Oh,
no. Dan in London texts, we only want British water, none of that foreign water. I voted Brexit. I want my water to taste of sovereignty. It's all going very badly for the Conservatives. It's a good job that they are not facing an election, that they just got one just behind them. Because otherwise they'd be in big trouble, huge. Otherwise I bet Dominic Cummings would have gone. Because the public do not like this. We've been told to move on, quite sternly, over and over again. It's time we moved on. And the public has heard that and thought, you know what? No. No thanks. We'll continue digging this hole. The Conservative Party's lead over the Labour Party has plunged by 9 points in 1 week. Wow. The honeymoon is over, Boris. YouGov voting intention survey commissioned by The Times recorded the biggest drop in a lead in a decade, and is likely to sharpen criticism that Prime Minister Boris Johnson is wasting political capital on his top aide over the row surrounding his alleged breach of coronavirus lockdown rules. Alleged? The poll showed support for the Tories was down by 4 points to 44%, compared with a week ago, before it was revealed that Cummings drove to Durham at the height of the COVID-19 lockdown, which was fashioned by him. It's not like he didn't know the rules. He made the rules. Labour were up 5 during the same period. 38% of respondents saying that they'd back Keir Starmer's party if an election were held tomorrow. I bet if I went in the street with a clipboard and asked the first 100 people who came by who is the leader of the Labour Party, I bet over 50% wouldn't have the faintest idea. They'd say it'd be that bloke with a beard, wouldn't it? No! They'd say. I think that the more people hear Keir Starmer, the more they're going to think, well, he just doesn't sound like he's completely insane. And what great hair! As opposed to you-know-who. Chris Curtis, the political research manager at YouGov, described the polling as pretty damning for the government. He said the survey showed Mr. Cummings' attempt to explain his actions and win over the British public had failed. Is that what he was trying to do? If that's what you were trying, if that's what you're going for, Dominic Cummings, try harder. The YouGov man said there were lots of polls out this week from lots of different companies, and the message was fairly consistent across all of them, which was that the government's numbers are going down and the public are very upset about this. Correct, Amundo. The YouGov poll came after dozens of Conservative MPs from all wings of the party backed widespread calls for Cummings to resign or be sacked. Even his own party aren't letting this drop. And there was, it's just richly comic. I don't know whether they did it just deliberately trolling us. I suspect that part of it is that. They don't care what we think because there's another 5 years or so before we get to express a preference. But they were just cut and pasting their responses. You know, people were respectfully asking their MPs, what the blooming heck's all this about? And the MPs were just cutting and pasting the exact same sentence. It's time to move on. Right. Cummings said at Monday's press conference, which, by the way, and he was trying to demonstrate that he was not actually a part of the government, not part of the cabinet, by having a conference in Number 10's garden. The entire thing was a troll. God, they must be laughing like drains. Cummings said that he made the journey to Durham in March to be near relatives because he was worried that he and his wife might not be able to look after their child if they both fell ill with coronavirus. But the best part was the thing about the eyes. He said before returning to London, he went on a short drive with his wife and his child to Barnard Castle, a town about 25 miles away. So it's a 50-mile round trip. He said he took the journey because he wanted to check that it was safe to drive. So let that sink in. I mean, I know that you know this already. But he took a drive to see if it was safe to drive. Does that make sense?
No.
Not really. He was checking his eyesight. And you know, the more I think about that, the more it just sounds like trolling. A sort of up yours to the lot of us. As though he thought, what's the most ridiculous excuse I can come up with to show my utter contempt? Maybe he rattled through, I drove 50 miles there and back to see if I could spot aliens. Or I hoped I might run over a vicar's dog. Or because I can do whatever I like. And that shambolic, empty vessel of tics and affectations and cod Churchill impressions would be lost without me to tell him what to do with the power he's always wanted. But now he's got it, realises he isn't up to it. Something like that, perhaps. But he came out with the testing my eyesight joke. I mean, I assume it was a joke. What kind of idiot would get in a car and drive to see if they could see straight? Polling released by YouGov on Tuesday suggested his appearance had done little to shift the public opinion in his favour. You can say that again. More than 2/3 of voters who expressed a preference said that Cummings' actions breached lockdown rules. 2/3, blimey! I'm amazed you get Britons to 2/3 of Britons to agree on anything. The data also showed that 59% of those polled thought Cummings should resign from his role over the controversy, and so do a lot of MPs. Most of whom, I bet, are entrenched enemies of him. He seems to make enemies wherever he goes. I bet that in real life he's not a delightful person.
It's all about, and I can't tell you because I don't know myself.
Alan texts, Boris wants us all to move on, and I'm happy to do that, but only on the condition that Boris and Cummings move on too. Well, don't hold your breath. Let's have Beverley, East Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, if I can just sidetrack a bit from the main point, Dominic, in his Rose Garden address, said that he was in Downing Street and his wife phoned him up and said she'd got symptoms of COVID, so he ran, which we all saw on the television pictures, to his car, drove home, consulted with his COVID symptomatic wife, then went back to Downing Street to tie up some loose ends before he went to Durham. So what a giver. He doesn't only potentially give it to Durham, he gives it back to Downing Street before he even goes to Durham.
We keep being told that this man's a genius, but I blame myself for not noticing the way in which that might be true. I can't see it. It must be my eyesight. I should go on a drive.
He's brilliant at slogans, but what I was really ringing up about was I was wondering about your opinion on the government throwing all these sweeties to the public this week. Don't forget, these are virus-laced sweeties, to try and distract them from Dominic Cummings, because he was saying baby steps. And if you listen very carefully to what the scientists said when he announced all these accelerated removal of the lockdown bits, they kept saying baby steps, then analyse it, then see what's happened. They didn't say baby step after baby step after baby step, which he's just thrown all this at us to distract.
Yes, it seems to be the way of the world now. People. Well, it's the same money that brought us Donald Trump has brought us Boris Johnson and Brexit and all of this right-wingery, and people all over the world have looked at what Donald Trump's done and just realised that to run a country, you don't actually have to know anything. You don't have to read your briefs. You don't have to be well-informed. You don't actually have to have a single thought in your head. Just to spew a lot of bile, tell lie after lie after lie, and if you repeat it often enough, people will believe it.
What the government reminds me of at the minute is, when a toddler starts to lose its balance and it accelerates, it tries to run faster and faster to get its balance back, and eventually the nosedive into the turf. And that strikes me as what's happening with the government at the moment. They are just accelerating to a crash, because, as you say frequently, it's short-termism. They're trying to get over the Dominic Cummings business by accelerating the release from lockdown, but if that'll push the R up, but then they'll have a bigger problem when the R goes up. And what do they do then? They'll come out with something drastic like, we knew it was herd immunity in the first place. We were right.
Well, I have a theory about that. That's not going to be a popular one, but I think he probably was right.
Yes, I think they might have been right as well, but I think that they'll end up claiming that they were right in the first place and that they didn't. But of course, they'll say they didn't suddenly have a change of heart and go into lockdown. Somebody else did. That was the scientists. They'll not ever admit that they ever made a mistake or changed direction.
Which is why they keep repeating over and over and over again, we are just following the scientific advice, because you're going to use it as a deflector shield to absolve themselves from any criticism. Oh, it had nothing to do with me. It was all the scientists, where, of course, nothing could be further from the truth. Scientists will give them their advice and their opinion on what might happen in the future, and then they make political decisions based on what would be best for them personally.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the scientists said the other day, that we don't decide on policy. We simply offer advice. They are trying to cover themselves as best they can, and I hope they don't end up the fall guys out of this.
The scientists, well, they will be, believe me. If there's any blame to be levelled, then it will not be at the politicians. They will shrug their shoulders and say, well, it had nothing to do with me. It was like that when I got here. And it will all be the scientists, which is one of the reasons they didn't want us to know what their names were, because we couldn't actually quiz them personally. No.
And can you wonder why the scientists weren't overly keen on Dominic Cummings sitting in on stage?
Yeah, what was he doing there?
Exactly. If I was a scientist, would I want one side? Okay, if you've got one side there, then let Keir Starmer sit in as well. But simply having someone who is going to pay your salary sat there, and if you express your opinion and it doesn't fit in, what are your chances of getting invited back onto a future stage committee? I don't suggest they'd be very good.
I think that they'd probably be well out of it. I think they'd be delighted not to be invited. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Robin Churchley says, why don't you mention all the reporters and photographers that were breaking the distance rules by standing shoulder to shoulder outside of his house? Well, I just did, Rob. That's that whataboutism. That it seems to be the default position of anybody that's accused of anything at all, or who is a member of the cult, which is, I think right-wingers are increasingly members of cults, both in America and here, just regardless of what the right-wing leader says or does, it's perfectly fine, and then they start rummaging their memories for instances that are similar to it that have gone unchecked in the past, and that is the whataboutism. What about this and what about that? As though it explains or is a defence to what it is that we're talking about at the moment. Somebody was emailing me that today. Never mind about Dominic Cummings. What about Kinnock? Kinnock the younger, who went to see Kinnock the elder on his birthday. What about that? What's that got to do with it? Just because somebody has committed a crime or misdeed in the past has no bearing on whether it is or is not a bad thing that we're talking about in the present. It's like marching into a trial for murder and saying, well, what about somebody else who committed murder just the other week? What about that? There's nothing to do with it. Whataboutism. You hear that so many times. Anybody says, well, what about? Just stop listening immediately. Smile benignly and back very, very slowly out of the door. Michael in Suffolk says, always thought Dominic Cummings had it in him to unite the country. Huh. Yeah, just not in the way that he has. Yeah. Surprise! And Lorna texts, every night the same moaning about Cummings. That news broke a week ago. Another night of left-wing morons ringing in to vent their fury at Boris and Brexit. Bet you won't be reading this out. Well, you're right, Lorna, I won't. No chance I'll be reading that out. Brexit. God. That's the other thing I've been hearing over and over and over again this week. Oh, just let it go. It's just Brexiters whining. What on earth have the two got to do with each other? God, you people are absolutely obsessed with Brexit. Which is the reason that we are out of the European Union, by the way. I said it at the time, over and over and over again I said it. That if you have a referendum on Brexit, we will leave because the people who want to leave are obsessed with it. They are single-issue obsessives. The people who were perfectly happy with how things were going in the European Union were not single-issue obsessives. They had other things to think about in their lives, and consequently they didn't go out in the same numbers to vote. But every single person who wanted out of the European Union, even if it required them to crawl on their hands and knees to the voting booth, were going to vote. Because it's the only thing they thought about, night and day. Obsessed. Still are. Stop moaning about Dominic Cummings, you Brexiter snowflakes. Mate, like the two have got nothing to do with each other. But they try to conflate the two in order to defend him from doing the indefensible. Don't criticise Dominic Cummings because that will just be what do they call them? Well, snowflakes will do. Anybody that says anything that is in any way caring or considerate, that's a snowflake, in case you were wondering. Dictionary definition. Let's have... oh, no, can't. Look at the time. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. Well, I was going to read some more texts and emails and so on, but they're not on my screen right now. So I will try and squeeze this call in before the news. Cheem, Sue.
Hello, my lovely.
Sue.
Dominic Cummings is the gift that keeps on giving, I'm afraid. I keep going to call him Damien, but it's Dominic, isn't it? But I saw a clip this evening which showed Nick Ferrari interviewing Michael Gove and asking him if he would make the round trip to test his eyesight. And Michael Gove tied himself in knots. I think he absolutely despaired in the end because he was sort of tripping over the fact that he wanted to say, oh, yes, I would do it. It's perfectly acceptable to do. But there was no way he could. And I just think it just shows such a lack of integrity that Dominic is like a virus that's spreading through the government, ironically, in showing up all these people who are absolutely unscrupulous, and they're the people who are telling us what to do and are spending thousands and millions of pounds willy-nilly and destroying our country, and they're the people who are in charge, and they've got a huge vote, and it just beggars belief. I mean, it's tandem with Trump in every respect.
It is. You want to know where it used to be. If you wanted to know where this country was going, then look at where America is now, and you could see where we will be in 5 years. Now it's instant. Now we are acting as with one voice and one thought. Whatever happens in America also happens here. It's just that it's not quite as loud. That's the difference. All right, thanks for your show, dear. John in Dorset says, if everybody locks down for 2 weeks, we eradicate coronavirus. Police and army need to set up roadblocks that only allow ambulances to roam. We just need a couple of weeks' notice to fill our cupboards with food. What's the problem? I thought we'd done that already. Did I miss something? Haven't we been locked down for 2 months or more? It hasn't really worked. What's bizarre is that we went this way in the first place. Fortunately, there is another country, only one that I can think of. I mean, third world countries may have gone their own way. Perhaps many of them didn't have the ability to go any other way other than just ignore it and carry on. But Sweden, pretty much, well, they didn't ignore it exactly, but they did carry on. So this giant experiment that the rest of the world has undertaken is fortunately not the only way that the world has operated in the face of this virus. We can see what it might have been like had we not done this. It seems to be it just seems to have been a weird choice, because we've had viruses before, but we've never done this before. We have all sorts of things that are injurious to our health, that kill us in vast numbers, but we've never acted this way before. It's curious that almost like the entire world thought, yeah, okay, let's stay in. When have we ever done that? Let's have New Zealand. Patrick.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I thought you might enjoy a little good news as opposed to the usual diatribe.
Yes.
We've just had our numbers out for the last week. We now have one individual with coronavirus here at the moment.
Yeah. New Zealand has done particularly well, haven't they?
We've had a total altogether of about 1,503. We've had 22 die. Age range between 76 and 97.
Yeah.
And we're now down to one, so hopefully 1st of June we'll see us clean, clear and away.
So how have you done it then in Sweden?
Well, what we did here was, not the moment, but fairly soon after it was declared, the government just simply said shut the door, which is exactly what happened. The borders were put up, no one was allowed in, no one was allowed out. Nationals who wanted to get their own people out flew in, took them away, and didn't come back.
And so when was that? When did you lock down?
I believe the 16th of March, the day before St. Patrick's Day.
March. Right. We still haven't done it. It's practically June.
True. True. Well, I mean, I guess you're getting ready to do it any time now.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting ready to do it just in time to be way too late.
Exactly. It's a little late in the day. You need to jump on it very quickly, I believe.
Well, maybe we'll take the lessons learned from this pandemic and apply them to the next one, which may well be just around the corner. But I doubt that we will learn those lessons because, as I keep saying, the only thing that anybody learns from history is that nobody ever learns anything from history.
Very true. They never follow what they learn.
And the leader in New Zealand, Lucinda, right?
Jacinda Ardern.
Jacinda, right. Very popular there, no?
Yes, very much so. Tends to walk with a very pleasant smile, but a large stick up her back.
I saw her on TV when there was an earthquake, when she was talking on TV. She was having an interview with somebody or other, and the building that she was in started to wobble. But it was quite a serious earthquake, wasn't it? Did anything come of that?
Oh, it was about 5.8, which is not unusual for New Zealand. They're not regular, but they do come around every year. I think one of the differences in New Zealand was that everyone's advised year in and year out to be prepared.
Right.
So virtually everywhere you go, people have water, they have food, they have various other things. So if there is a problem, they are able to survive for at least a week to 10 days.
Now, did billionaires fly in en masse? Because for quite a few years now, we've been reading that, tech billionaires and their ilk have bought up vast chunks of New Zealand because they've determined that will be the last place that will be struck by the nuclear fallout or whatever it was that they were expecting. Probably not this particular thing, but did they all congregate?
There are quite a large number of them at the moment. We have your good buddy Bezos and a few of the others planted down here in the South Island.
Really?
And they all own fairly large holdings, substantial properties. Bezos was pictured, I think, the other day on a horse outside an ice cream truck buying an ice cream for himself.
Huh.
So, no, they all tend to congregate. I'm quite sure they've decided that, as you say, if it's going to happen all around the world, this is probably the last place it's going to hit. Next stop from here is the Antarctic.
Yes, or Mars.
True. You just have to pedal a bit quicker to get there.
Yeah, right. Okay, thanks for that, Patrick. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Did you notice the quality of the line, by the way? I betcha that was a landline he was calling us on. You would have to leave the planet and go into space to get further away than New Zealand, and it sounded like he was in the room. Glasgow. Craig.
Oh, good evening, Nick. I hope you're well. Great show, as always. I think this past week for me, I think, has been the culmination, I think, of an underlying anger that a lot of people have had from the get-go with the government's handling of this pandemic in the first place. This week, it just boiled over because it got from the incompetent to the just downright ludicrous that you can defend a man who blatantly breached the rules. Some would argue 2, some would argue 3 times. And then, obviously, we now have a petition, which over 1 million people have signed.
Yeah, you're wasting your time, people. It doesn't make it the slightest bit of difference. They are determined to ignore you.
Exactly, but that is what's making it worse. And it's a surprising move from a Prime Minister who got in on the back of a one-issue, almost populist kind of agenda in this country when it came to Brexit. Now, the fact is, from day dot of this, it's been handled so poorly. I mean, you've had the Prime Minister getting it and then coming out of hospital and saying, and likening it to an unexpected mugger when there was nothing unexpected about it. We've seen it coming a mile away.
Yes.
And then
he actually boasted that he was in a ward of virus sufferers and was busily shaking every hand he could get hold of. He told us that. And then, surprise, surprise, he got it. Not too bright.
No, it wasn't. And the fact that he thinks, and his cabinet seem to think as well, that it is their place to tell the people of this country when they should move on and stop talking about something. No government ever in a democratic society has the right to tell the people, right, no, you can no longer talk about this, we're not interested. Well, tough. The people are interested, and it's what the people want to talk about.
Well, so that's right, yes, but I think that what they thought was that if we have enough people saying that, then people will take on board the message and think, oh yeah, you know what, it is right, we must move on, leave this behind, and start talking about the government's endless success in this regard, or some such thing. But we're so irate. These are so weird. This is such a weird time that we did not take on board that message. We just flicked that message away, and in the same way that they delivered it to us imperiously. this is what we think you should think now. Well, this ain't America, not yet. And we're not all adherents to the cause. We're not all cultists. We'll make our own blooming mind up, thank you very much.
Well, exactly, and that is the way it will be. And, Johnson and his cabinet can tell us to move on all we want, but people won't. And I think the other thing that I was getting angry about this week, and I'm sure other people were the same, was there was a real PR machine put in place to start to slaughter the media for their behaviour and to detract from what Cummins done, and people going, but look at the media outside his house and the fracas. Yes, there was a fracas. Yes, he's a personality that gets intense scrutiny from the media, and he said he left because he was intimidated by the media. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear people being this angry when Jeremy Corbyn, every time he sneezed in public, was getting absolutely destroyed by the media. I mean, the media single-handedly, well, not single-handedly, but certainly in large swathes of the media, were the reason Boris Johnson got into power in the first place, because there was a concerted effort, particularly by the right-wing media, to just absolutely denigrate anything Jeremy Corbyn had ever done and make him sound like something he's not. So I'm not going to sit as someone who is not a Conservative supporter, who's a Labour supporter, who sees it happen on all sides and feels sorry for a man who, frankly, made a decision that he was above everybody else in this country, and a government who is telling us that they value an advisor over the health and well-being of people in this country. Why should anyone feel sympathy for that and decide that this is all the media's fault? It's not, and I don't defend the media lightly, but it's just not the media's fault.
But this is the weird time that we're in, because we know all of that's true. We know instinctively that there is a rule for those at the top and a rule for everybody else. Money and power brings influence and gives prizes. We know all that. It's just that it's being rubbed in our face in this particular period of a very weird life that we have been particularly good, I think. Amazingly so, considering that so many people's lives have been upended, turned upside down, and jobs lost, and friends and family members have died, and the lifestyles that we used to know have been taken from us. And we've been acting pretty well, really. I mean, if we'd asked ourselves how we would act in these circumstances a year or so ago, I mean, some people might have predicted riots in the streets. I wouldn't have predicted everything would have gone, swimmingly well and peacefully as they have. And so I think it's just that partly it's just that it's been bottled up so well that when we find that those who have been dictating the rules think that it's just for the little people, I think that even though we instinctively know that that's true, people have just drawn a line thinking, hey, you know what? No, not now. Maybe last year or the year before we could have put up with it being, our noses being rubbed in it, but not now. So I don't think we will move on.
I know we won't, because people are rightly angry, and the thing is, the more and more the government gets wrong about this pandemic, the worse it will get from. I mean, this is a government who is now telling us it's too early to make international comparisons, despite the fact for weeks, up until it started looking really bad for them, they were making international comparisons. Every week when Boris Johnson was giving his press conferences, he had with him at the side of the screen the graph of international comparisons, and in the minute it started to look bad because we became the second highest death toll, that's when the government have now decided, actually, it's not time to do that. Yeah. You can't treat people like idiots, because we are not stupid. I mean, I didn't think that if you'd have told me this time last year when we were under Theresa May and her floppy government, it would be somehow worse, even in a pandemic this time, in a year, I wouldn't have believed it.
I don't know what people were expecting when they voted for the funny guy off the telly. Did we actually think that we were voting for Churchill or somebody with gravitas? He's just an empty collection of tics and affectations. And we know that, though. He's just the comedy bloke with the funny hair off the TV. That's the guy that we voted for, because Ken Dodd wasn't available. And so people were expecting him to suddenly become, a vision of a parliamentarian. It's him, of course not. Anyway, yes, I have a radical idea. Let's get rid of at least 50% of our politicians and the House of Lords. We all know they are a bunch of useless, self-serving nobodies who we can do without. It will save us a load of cash, he says. Oh, and then there's the BBC. Close it down now, says Tony. I've not much of a problem with the former. I think that we have way too many MPs, and certainly we've got a bloated upper house, no doubt about that. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done now?
What it is...
what have I done now? I've closed down the phone thing. Well, there was a thing that said, would you like to update or something like that? I don't know. Anyway, I've done something I shouldn't alter. And we're probably off the air now. 03, optional codex. Which one? 1, 2 or 3?
I can't hear you through my head.
Okay, never mind. I'll just read texts and emails. I have a radical idea. Let's get rid of at least 50% of our politicians in the House of Lords. Yes. Maybe not all of the House of Lords. I mean, there are some people in there whose expertise it would be good to be able to call on. But the way in which they organise themselves does seem to be ripe for reform. A bunch of self-serving nobodies, perhaps, but then everybody is a self-serving and nobody, really, in their own special way. And this idea that we should close down the BBC is just based on them reporting facts, which are now, if they are detrimental to your cause, are known as fake news. Just because somebody reports facts that are detrimental to your cause does not mean to say they should be shut down. Let's not go there. Peter in Guildford says, now Boris has stuck 2 fingers up to the public, I can't help wondering if those working class people up north who voted for him are still pleased with the choice they've made. He did sort of ride in on a wave of supposed anti-elitism. And now it seemed blindingly obvious that was a pose to me. And now it seems to be evident that that's exactly what it was. Anti-elitism. I mean, come on. De Pfeffel. I wonder at what point people will realise that, or come to the conclusion that they've been had. Too much loss of face, I would imagine. Maybe that will never happen. Jim says, Gove knew exactly what he was doing in the Ferrari interview. By making a fool of himself, he also made a fool of Cummings. I'm not sure that's what he was going for. Perhaps not. Yes, how do you get the phone box back up?
Oh, you press at the bottom there. You see the little black
there.
And white phone picture in the bottom left.
Yeah, I've done that, and it says optional codex, access 1, 2 or 3.
Okay. Can you keep reading text, and shall I pop through now?
Oh my God, he's going to come in here. Well, as long as you don't breathe out. Gerald says, George Bush told us in 2003 that tourism would become a global threat. He meant terrorism, but with COVID spreading, same difference. Yes, go on then. Try to work that out without breathing. You're not breathing, are you?
Of course not.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, great success.
Okay.
You just breathed out. You can't say okay without breathing out.
I can.
0345 6060 972. I'm under an enormous amount of pressure here. You wouldn't believe it. Stress like you've never experienced. Sam says you've been going on about Sweden for weeks, but they've now got one of the highest death tolls per capita in the world. Yes, but it's at least they're not us. It's okay, Sweden. You are being affected by this just like everybody else is, but be happy, at least you're not us. You want to do excess deaths? Oh, God. Eventually we'll be able to talk about something other than excess deaths. Wouldn't that be nice? The UK has the... well, it was the highest, but Spain rejigged their numbers. As no doubt we will have to, because the numbers that they're telling us on a daily basis ain't necessarily so. The UK has the second highest rate of deaths from the coronavirus pandemic after Spain. This is according to excess mortality figures. 59,537 more deaths than usual since the week ending March the 20th, indicating that the virus has directly or indirectly killed 891 people per million. 891 people per million in the UK. The number in Sweden is 891 million. 891 per million. That can't be true. Is it? I've got detailed files. I'll have to look that up. The absolute number of excess deaths in the UK is the highest in Europe, second only to the US in global terms. This is according to data collected by that left-wing rag, the Financial Times. The country fares no better on another measure, the percentage increase in deaths compared with normal levels, where the UK is the worst in Europe. In the world, we're number 2, behind Peru, wherever that is. The data compiled from national statistical agencies for 19 countries for which sufficient information exists to make robust comparisons. The FT have been doing a good job on this, by the way, and the stories on this issue, some of them are free to read. It's normally behind a paywall. Other countries like China, Brazil and Russia have suffered large death tolls during the pandemic. However, their mortality rates are far below the UK, as the number of deaths is smaller compared with their much larger populations. We've done abysmally. And I think the government is going to start really ramping up the PR to tell us how fantastically well they've done. The timing of lockdowns relative to the spread of the virus had a significant effect on the total level of excess deaths. Countries such as Germany and Norway, which imposed restrictions when the spread of the virus was limited, suffered much lower levels of additional deaths than those in the UK, where the government waited longer before ordering a lockdown. We went down the herd immunity route, and then they freaked out after hearing the word of a scientist, and decided to backtrack and then go down the route that if they were going to lock down, they should have done in the first place. Because if you delay, then that's the worst of all possible worlds. A UK government spokesperson said it was wrong and premature to be drawing conclusions at this stage. Yeah, they keep coming out with that, don't they? Yeah, we can't be drawing conclusions at this stage, or at any stage, as a matter of fact. Because pretty soon there'll be an official inquiry, so MPs will be able to say nothing, because they, don't want to prejudice the inquiry. You'll hear that phrase over and over again. And that'll last years, until the inquiry publishes its findings, which will be that lessons must be learned. End of story. Case closed. Move along. Nothing to see here. Excess deaths is internationally recognised as the best way to compare countries' performance in handling infectious diseases. Chris Whitty, the UK's Chief Medical Officer, called excess deaths the key metric. And if that's the key metric, we are failing this test. Only America has more excess deaths than we have. Only Spain has total excess deaths per million more than we do. And only Peru has excess deaths relative to the historical average for the same dates. So, depending on which chart you look at, we are the second worst country on earth for our performance. Sweden, by the way, is way down the list. They're doing much better than we are, and they didn't even engage in any of this lockdown. And so it'll be much, much easier to come out of it because they never went into it in the first place. But try wheedling us out of our shells. It's going to be hard.
Is this Nick right?
Lorna texts, rubbish again about the deaths. Not the highest in Europe, but as usual, you are knocking the government, says Lorna. Lorna has joined a cult. Anybody that disagrees with the dear leader is guilty of treason. There's a lot of that about Lorna. You are not alone. Don't worry. not the highest in Europe. Okay, there's one country that's worse than us. Is that a cause for celebration? And there's only one country in Europe that's worse than us if you deal only with one metric. Actually, overall, we've done worse than anybody. But what people such as Lorna, cultists, will point to is the statistic that came out just the other day, that Sweden has the highest coronavirus death rate per capita than any country in the world over the past 7 days. Not in the world ever, just in the last week. The country which has refused to impose a lockdown has seen 5.59 deaths for every million people per day on a rolling 7-day average in the week to May the 29th. That's higher than any other country. Sweden first, then Brazil, San Marino, Peru, and of course us. But before we get carried away, that figure of 5.59 deaths per million is just 56 deaths in a week. In Britain, the same figure is 240. And the difference between us and Sweden, of course, is that we've been engaged in a medical, social, and economic experiment. I mean, when have we ever reacted to a virus outbreak by all staying in, shutting the country down, and setting up the inevitable massive recession, with everything that involves, like huge unemployment and poverty and businesses destroyed and lives ruined and people's future hopes dashed and all that goes with that? I mean, we've been here before. Spanish flu, a pandemic, 1918, overlapped the end of the First World War. Killed 200,000 people in the UK. 200,000 people. Did we all stay in? Did all businesses shut down? Was there a lock-in? Asian flu, 1957, killed 33,000 in the UK. What did we do for that? I wasn't born yet, so I can't tell you with certainty, but I don't think we did anything. Swine flu of 2009 killed only 457, but we did the same thing as we did for the Hong Kong flu of 1968, which killed 80,000 people in this country. And we did nothing. You know, you put all the viruses together, they killed 313,000 people in the UK, and we did nothing. We just carried on. And then there was SARS in 2002 and MERS in 2012, and we did nothing. And just because we've got caught up in it, and so many other countries have done the same thing, we assume that the reaction to this virus was the normal thing to have done. But actually, Sweden's reaction was the normal thing to have done. It's the rest of the world that seems to have gone completely mad. I suspect, historians are going to see this as the biggest overreaction to anything in history. I mean, it's as though we've only just discovered death. There's something that kills about 2,000 people every year and injures 25,000 people every year, and yet we chafe whenever anyone tries to do something about it. Road accidents. I mean, how much fury has been thrown at 20-mile-an-hour speed limits? You know, those 20-mile-an-hour zones in towns, which were introduced to combat the carnage. Everybody hates them. Does anybody actually obey that law?
No.
No. Apart from me. And the reaction from the people behind me is that they go absolutely nuclear berserk at the idea of going 20 miles an hour. Smoking kills 7 million people a year. And it's still on, not in this country, obviously, worldwide. But cigarettes are on sale where you can buy comics and sweets. It kills 80,000 people in the UK alone. And what do we do about it? Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Over 500,000 people die of obesity every year in this country. It's the leading cause of death after smoking. And what do we do about that? Nothing. The most popular show on TV is making cakes. So just for the top 2 totally avoidable causes of death, there's about 2/3 of a million fatalities, and we do precisely nothing about it. And yet, to fight this virus, for the first time ever in the face of a virus, we've decided that the best thing to do is to ruin the economy for the rest of our lives. The whole world's gone insane. 0345 6060 973. This anonymous text says, we are still doing herd immunity. Look at everything opening up. Well, yes. But again, if we were in Sweden, then we wouldn't be looking at everything opening up because nothing would have closed down in the first place. Shops will open their doors eventually. I just don't think that anybody will go in them anymore. I mean, the destruction of the high street, which was continuing apace under the barrage that Jeff Bezos has been levelling at it. Well, it's just over, isn't it? No, who's going to go to a shop anymore? This standing 2 meters apart from the next person, not being able to try any clothes on. But who's going to do that? It's over. Our entire way of life seems to have been halted completely. Who's going to go to the cinema, the theatre, a museum, galleries? Who's going to go on public transport when they don't absolutely have to? How are we going to pay for public transport? To maintain social distancing, we'll have to be 2 meters apart from each other on public transport, which means, I believe, that only 10% of what it is capable of carrying will be able to squeeze onto there. And yet it's going to cost the same to run. So who's going to pay for that? What have we done to ourselves? It seems to be completely insane, our reaction to this thing. Maybe only Sweden will have got it right. I guess we'll find out. Let's have Lincoln. Hello, Keith.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, what I'd like to say, first of all, you made a great character reference to Boris Johnson becoming Prime Minister. As we know, he lied and bluffed his way to do that. But the main point I wanted to make was I was sickened by the amount of Tories, MPs, coming on the television defending Cummins, and also right-wing journalists, when I've watched them on the telly defending Cummins. And it makes you think, what kind of country are we in when 1 million people now signed a signature, I believe, complaining about Cummins, and yet I believe that Johnson, as you said, is out of his depth. He really doesn't know what to do. And I don't know why he keeps Cummins. You know, there's a joke going round, I don't know if you've heard it or not, but Cummins has got photos, I don't know, funny thing. But
I very much doubt that's the case. It's just he appears to be the brains of the operation. Boris is the comedy character at the front who appears to be having his strings pulled by Dominic Cummings, who I'm sure answers to others who are even further in the shadows than he is. It just all seems so inevitable. We voted for the funny guy off the telly, and are surprised that he is nothing other than the funny guy off the telly.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder now if the British public have figured Johnson out that, you know, he's not up to the job. I mean, this business, you know, move on. It's disgusting. Move on. You've got 1 million people now sign that petition. 1 million people. Yeah, I think when you mentioned earlier in your programme about the YouGov poll, obviously millions must have said that. I know it's a statistical thing, but, you know, there must have been millions of people in this country saying it, the same thing. Cummins was wrong to do that, and yet Johnson totally ignores millions and millions of people in this country above him. You know, it's like, what's going on in this country?
Well, if they were facing an election shortly, then it would have come out completely differently, I'm sure, but they know they got 5 years. This is all going to blow over. We won't be able to concentrate on this. You know, as soon as football comes back, we'll be talking about something else.
Yeah, I mean, I had no time for Thatcher, but if she was in power now, I don't think his feet would touch the ground. She'd throw him out at number 10 herself.
Well, Boris must remember the lesson of Margaret Thatcher, that it doesn't matter how popular you may be with the public, it doesn't matter what kind of win you have at the election box, they'll still get rid of you if you become an impediment to the future of the party.
Absolutely. The men in grey suits.
Exactly.
Was it the 24 committee, wherever it is? But no, I mean, I think the tragedy, Nick, is that it's going to get worse, mate, with Johnson. I really do. I think he's that, I don't know, out of his depth. I mean, when he said you can drive anywhere you like in the country, a lot of people I know rang me up and said, what do you think? I said, it's madness. You know, I live in Lincoln. Skegness is about 45 miles away. It's about an hour's journey. You can imagine what happened, can't you? Once he said you can drive where you like, yeah, right, well, we'll all go to Skegness then. Nothing open, of course. And I thought that was utter madness. If he'd have said you can drive, I don't know, 20 miles of your city or town to a park or something, that'd have been fine. But drive anywhere, you know, madness. And you're right about the scientists. I mean, are they being, I don't know, coerced? You know, I don't know. It makes you think, you know. But anyway, look, I'm moving on, Nick.
All right, I'll wave you a cheery bye-bye. There was a poll conducted that suggests that we are now less frightened of the coronavirus than we were previously, and I suspect that the Dominic Cummings thing might have something to do with it. I think people are just throwing their hands in the air and going, oh, you know, forget this. Britons appear to be less scared of the virus than they have been in months. 9 out of 10 adults ventured out of their homes last week. I know I did. I know you probably shouldn't say this, but I've quite enjoyed it, not going out. Not thinking, hey, what have I got to do tomorrow? Oh, I've got to do this, and I've got to do that, and I've got to see this person, and then, you know, at 5 o'clock, and then at 6 o'clock I'm doing this, and then at 7 o'clock, and so the answer to what am I doing tomorrow has always been nothing. How marvellous, nothing. Of course, the weather has had a lot to do with it. The number of people who said they feel unsafe when they go outside has fallen dramatically from 41% to 29% in just 1 week. That's now 8 in 10 said that they were confident they had enough information about how to protect themselves from the virus, despite no proven treatment or vaccine in place. I think people are just assuming that we are going to be saved with a vaccine. But it might never happen. In fact, the likelihood is that it won't happen. That this, what we've got now, is the new normal. There's nothing normal about it. The overwhelming majority of Britons are still cautious about putting vulnerable people at risk, however, with 88% saying that they avoided contact with the elderly. Almost everybody said they were trying their best to keep a 2-metre distance between themselves and other people when they were out and about. About a third are wearing masks in public, despite the government not fully endorsing the use of masks. Leisure trips on the rise. 42% of people said they've been to a park or a green space in the last week. I bet that's increased significantly over the course of this weekend, because, like I said before, I drove past a park on the way here. It was absolutely rammed. In fact, I've never seen a park so full. Not just during the course of this pandemic, but ever. You could barely see the grass. Over half of adults said they're now open to the idea of meeting somebody outside of their household, as long as it was outdoors. What are restaurants going to do? We just blindly went up this path. In a panic, we were led up this path of lockdown with no idea, really, of what the consequences were going to be to get back out of it. It's almost as though it hasn't actually happened, like we're living in a bubble, like a dream land. And when we do finally emerge, and who knows, it might take a month for the consequences to become fully evident. But when things do open back up again, when restaurants and bars and pubs and shops and all of the rest of it, they do throw their doors open, waiting expectantly for the public to stream in, and find that nobody does, that we sit at home and continue to order all our stuff off Amazon, and have decided that we don't want to step foot in a store again, just in case, then what? Oh, see, this is why Sweden may be the only smart country on earth, is because they didn't lock everybody in, so they don't have to persuade everybody to come back out again.
Can't stand him.
Miles in Twickenham says, we talk about Cummings like he is the problem, but he is just the narcissistic reflection of the problem. A government formed on the basis of a singular, impossible falsehood could only ever disappoint those it duped. The only surprise is how surprised we all are by it. Morons, the lot of us, says Miles in Twickenham. Norwich, Ian.
Hello, Nick. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
I'm a massive fan of yours. Been dying to ring for ages.
Welcome along.
I thought I'd mention... you mentioned so much stuff I forgot what I was going to talk about now, but Finland, one of them happy countries. I think all the problems we've got here is because we locked down too late. And my brother lives in Finland.
Yeah.
He came over to see me sort of end of February, beginning of March. And when he went back, it had locked down for 2 weeks. And that was like the first week of March, I don't know what they're doing now. I don't think they got a lockdown now. I'm not 100% sure on that. I can't remember what the numbers are, but I know that Finland is one of those, always so perfect places, and they've done relatively well, haven't they? Finland, Norway, all the Scandi, the typical 6 foot blonde people. They always do so well at blooming everything, don't they? I just want to say, like, my not a lot people don't seem to mention about these people that have been shielding. My daughter is 5, and she's a shield and litter. I happen to have one of these key worker jobs for a water company, actually, as you were talking about earlier. Probably a job that people don't think of, but because I have to go to work every day, it seems weird to me because I have to try and protect her. But with regards to what everyone's talking about, everyone mentions how hard it is for adults, but for a 5-year-old daughter, no one seems to be mentioning how they're supposed to shield. I mean, the stuff that you get from, if Dominic Cummings really is the big brain behind everything, says that she has to shield herself from the rest of her household.
Yeah, how's she going to do that then?
Exactly. I mean, with the schools, I was one of the people that took my children out of schools early. Not just because of what was going on, which I was keeping a close eye on, but it was all a big panic, and it was getting to the point where parents were, stressing out the teachers and stuff, and I just got my kids out of there, because that's what a good place to be.
So what does she know about it then, your daughter?
Well, they call it the cola virus, which is now the cola bottle virus now. But
right.
They got a little bit of understanding, but they're not going back on the 1st of June.
No?
I've already said they're not going back on the 1st of June, but that's mainly because she's had a shielding letter,
So have you found it easy to homeschool, or have you not bothered, or how's that gone?
I'm lucky, really. Well, I'm lucky and unlucky because my whole family are going to be guinea pigs because my wife's a teacher. And both my children fall into I've got a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old, so they're both the 2 years that are supposed to go back first. So as far as I'm concerned, all my family are going to be used as guinea pigs, but the whole Dominic Cummings thing has made me furious, to be honest.
So, is it easy, though, being your own daughter's teacher? Because, having a teacher is somebody in authority, but a mum isn't that. A mum is not a person in authority. A mum's just mum. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think that rubs off a little bit because you can tell that they need to go to school because they're getting a bit unruly, I suppose. But I work nights, so I drive tankers for a water company all night. That's why I like listening to you. But I must confess, I normally listen to you a day behind, and so I've got something to listen to when I come into work the next day. So
right,
the first time I listened to you live and had a chance to call you. But
okay, well, nice talking to you, and all the best. Thanks a lot, Ian. 034, cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Mal in Belfast says that the economy. You've never sounded more like Trump. God, there's something in here that keeps buzzing around my face. There's an animal of some sort that is a winged insect is trying to get up my nose. Not that I'm complaining about it. You know me.
whinging and whining and moaning.
Jim in Cumbria... Oh, no, well, I'll finish Mal's text. I was distracted. I've been under attack. He says, the economy. You've never sounded more like Trump. That's the road he goes down. Are you angry at Boris taking a safe route? Safe? Are you joking? There's nothing safe about it. It's the opposite of safe. I mean, if we'd done a Germany and we'd locked down earlier, you know, before the virus peaked, which was around about April, like third week in April, something like that, it peaked. We've done everything too late. I mean, the travel ban now, or not ban exactly, but this notion that you have to isolate for 2 weeks. People coming into this country, coming over here, and we're going to make them isolate for 2 weeks. And there was a poll out last week that people were asked about this. And God, this thing was not going to give up, is it? I'm being buzzed by some black-winged insect. You know what you really need is, I've mentioned this before, you need one of those death bats. God, I wish I brought one in. It looks like a tennis racket, but it's electrified. And it deals with winged insects in the most dramatic way. It explodes them. It's so satisfying. Please don't call me and say that, God's are creatures and we should all love each and every one of them. Nonsense. All moths and spiders must be executed on sight, no exceptions. And I don't know what that thing is that's buzzing around my head, but it's really irritating. It loves me. Can't get enough of me. But if I had my bat here, then it'd be in trouble. I do recommend them, by the way, because the only thing that can catch a clothes moth is these things. There it is. Hang on. Damn. I'll get it next time. The only thing that can catch a clothes moth is a death bat. They called them... mine's called the Terminator, I think. Called the Terminator.
Affirmative.
Yes. Because clothes moths, I don't know how they do it, but as soon as you start to attack them, they disappear. It's like they have some sort of invisibility cloak. They launch themselves from the wall where you've decided to attack them, and then once they're on the wing, they just disappear. You can't see them anymore. But with a death bat, you just swipe the air in front of them, and they pop and crackle. Oh, so satisfying. Every home should have...
Tosh.
Jim in Cumbria texts, wrong again. There was widespread closures of public places in 1918. Do you just say stuff that pops into your head? Why, yes. Yes, I do, Jim. But no, you're wrong. There was not widespread closures of public places in 1918. Football continued, pubs continued. There was no widespread closures of public places in 1918. Which is not to say that I don't just say stuff that pops into my head. I absolutely do. But you're wrong about that. I've just been, in order to confirm that I am completely correct in every respect, I've just been looking it up on the World Wide Web. There was advice in the News of the World in November of 1918 about the Spanish flu, which killed boatloads of people. Spanish flu, it was, hang on a minute, 200,000 people in the UK. And we just carried on as normal. I mean, they did disinfect a little bit, but factories remained open. In fact, they rescinded the no smoking rules in factories in the belief that cigarettes would help you not get the virus. Well, there is... I don't know whether it's been peer reviewed, but there was a report out a while ago, and in fact, David Hockney was apparently delighted by the notion that smoking prevents you from getting this virus. There was something else that came out that said that if you do get this virus and you are a smoker, then it's going to affect you more badly, but that it might prevent you from getting it in the first place. Do not take up smoking in order to prevent you from getting the virus. But in 1918, the News of the World advised its readers to, this is a direct quote, wash the inside of your nose with soap and water each night and morning. Force yourself to sneeze night and morning. How'd you do that? Do not wear a muffler, take sharp walks regularly, walk home from work, and eat plenty of porridge. That was its best advice. Everything else remained open. Large public gatherings, football continued. There were no major shutdowns. This text says, I went out today and I noticed how many excitable people there were on the beach. Just a shame that there are no public toilets open. Really? Thank goodness for all the hand sanitizer and masks to help us. Thank you, Boris Johnson and Dominic, says that anonymous texter. Here is Stoke Newington. Alex.
Nick.
Alex.
You do realise you're on air, right?
Yeah, you too.
I mean, you seem to be having some technical problems. Anyway,
technical
what is
problems?
all this?
What's technical problems?
Well, I don't know. There was a lot of technical problems with. I don't know. There was something going on. There was emails or
no, not here.
Talk.
No,
okay,
there may be something wrong with your radio. You should get that fixed as soon as the stores open. Get your radio fixed, mate.
What I was going to call about mainly was all the whataboutery going on.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of it going on at the moment, as you say. And I think you might have fallen victim to it. I don't know. You talked a lot about smoking, car accidents, all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And I just remember thinking, as you were saying it, I don't know if that, maybe I misheard something, but it seemed to be that you were kind of diverting attention from the lockdown onto what about, all those things.
I'm just pointing out that death is not a new phenomenon. We're approaching this as though we have never heard of death before.
Yeah, but it's I come from it from the view that the lockdown has saved us from having more than 60,000 deaths. I mean, I honestly believe we would have had hundreds of thousands of deaths.
Yeah, but you're basing that belief on no information of any kind whatsoever. You've got no idea what the result would have been.
Well, we'd have had to conduct...
Sweden has not had a result of a magnitude much worse than ours, and they've done none of the above.
Yeah, but I don't know. I get the feeling that the Swedish people are a bit more responsible. I don't know. They might listen more. I don't know what it is.
But that can't be true. If there's one thing that we can be certain of, is that we have listened to the advice, the instructions that we've been given. Despite the fact that it has now become apparent that those who have been giving us the instructions have not themselves been following them, but which sort of underlines all the more how good we have been.
We've been very good. It should have been. I mean, it should have been started a bit earlier. Possibly a few days probably would have made a slight difference.
A few days would have made a difference. A few weeks would have made a bigger difference.
Absolutely. But what are we going to do with the Cummings problem now? I mean, it seems to me that the whole system is rigged against us.
What do you mean?
I think it started with Brexit, really. But the whole system of every 4 years or so, voting in a 5. Yeah, you're right. I don't vote that often. I mean, I just feel like like most of the people probably in the country, although maybe you shouldn't speak for most of the people of the country. I don't know, that got some people into trouble. But it just seems like this system doesn't work, really, does it? I mean,
what do you mean, this system?
Well, the system of voting people in, and then whatever them do, if they get a massive majority, then it seems that
they can do whatever they want.
How can we deal with? I mean, what can we do about that? I feel slightly disempowered at the moment. I think,
the Fixed Term Parliament Act is probably not going to do us any favours, because it will lead to what we have at the moment, which is a government that, if they were to face the electorate tomorrow, might have a major problem on their hands. But because they don't have that issue, they've got another almost 5 years in order to do whatever they bloomin' well like. And only at the end of that period can they pivot and start to suck up to us again and tell us how, what a marvellous job they've been doing. And if we can only give them another 5 years, then they can really get going.
Yeah, well, I thought about writing to my MP, but it's Diane Abbott.
That'll work.
So I didn't know what to do. That's one of the other reasons I called you. But I guess that's some things just there is no solution to that problem. I've signed the petition, but I don't know how far that's going to get me.
It's zero. It will get you 0 feet or meters or however you want to measure it. You won't get anywhere with that petition. They've already made their minds up. They don't care about you.
He broke the lockdown 4 times. I mean, if you go through his statement forensically, which I'm sure a lot of people have, but apart, in all the gaslighting and the trolling that went on during the Rose Garden interview, it's just. I mean, like, should we write to Durham Police or the Met, or if they miss something, in the statement?
You could write to Santa, and then maybe by the end of the year, if you've been really good, he'll give you a present.
Well, I think that's probably my best bet.
That's your best bet. Okay, the best of luck with that. Thanks a lot, Alex. 0345 6060 973. Lucas texts, in the same breath you said that people would be too scared to leave their houses when we reopen, and that only 29% are scared to leave their houses and the parks are full. Which one is it? Well, parks is one thing, but you can't buy stuff in a park. Parks aren't going to contribute to the economy. Shops are the problem. Restaurants, hotels, all the stuff that we spend our money on. Who's going to go to, if a department store opens its doors with a sale sign in the window, is there going to be a crush of people who are desperate to go in there and get a discount on a knick-knack? Who's going to do that? Now that we've been locked in and we've been made fearful for our lives, when most people aren't going to be negatively affected by this, their health won't be negatively affected by this thing. Most people, like a significant number of us, have had it already and we didn't even know it. And Sweden have gone another way. Fortunately, there is one country that we can look at that is similar-ish to our own. I mean, it's not a third world country, it's a first world country, which is relatively near, and they are, populated by human beings, sort of like us, a little bit taller, perhaps, a little bit blonder, that we can see another way. And I think that it's possible that when the game is over and the counting is done, that they will have done better out of it than we have. I mean, their economy will be affected, of course, because they trade with the rest of the world just like everybody else. But their internal economy won't be as damaged. I mean, that seems inevitable, doesn't it? I mean, am I going to be rushing back to a restaurant whenever they throw their doors open? Well, probably not. And I bet you won't either. To a pub, all of these places that depend on people crowding together. Concerts, forget it. How are you going to have a concert now? A mosh pit where people are keeping 2 meters apart from each other? How's that going to work? Glastonbury. I think that we are imagining that the vaccine is just around the corner and our old life will come charging back. But it may never go away, this virus. There was something in the Washington Post about this, that the virus may actually never go away, that we're going to have to live with this thing forever, which makes the reaction that we've had it may seem all the worst. Because if this is how we're going to have to act forever, then, well, that's just impossible. How are we going to do it? We're going to lock down again the entire country in the event of a second wave. I mean, they can say we'll lock down, small pockets, but suppose it's everywhere, just like it was the first time around. We can't afford this. We couldn't possibly afford it to do it again in autumn. Where's the money going to come from? The problem is that, okay, this is all relatively new. It's new in our lifetimes, in our experience. Nothing has sort of matched this. But there's been no thought. We paddled furiously up this creek and haven't really thought about how we're going to get back out of it. Maybe the best solution would be to never have gone up the creek in the first place, and that's where Sweden is, not up a creek. This says, Nick, approximate population per square mile. Italy, 532. 532 people per square mile. It's this old argument again. Germany, 583. Sweden, 64. England alone, 1,010. Do you think this may contribute to the variations of death figures in European countries? Asks Alfie. No, Alfie, I don't. I mean, how can you say that without thinking it through? I mean, the assumption that you're making, Alfie, is that people are distributed evenly across those countries. But of course they aren't. They congregate in urban areas. They do that in Italy and Germany and Sweden and here too. I mean, just take a drive 5 minutes out of any urban area in this country, and all you see is fields, just green fields, as far as you can see. There's nobody there. That's because everybody's in the towns. Same in Germany and Sweden and Italy and everywhere else on Earth. Urban areas is where people live. Doesn't matter that there's vast stretches of nothingness in between. I mean, look at America. You could drive for an entire day through Texas and not see another human being. I've done it. It's awful. It's so boring. It just goes on and on and on and nothing changes. There's loads of states in America like that. But just because it's a vast area doesn't mean to say that people are evenly distributed in that area. They're all hugger-mugger, close together, in towns, just like everywhere else. So no, Alfie, I don't think it matters in the slightest. Leon, David.
Yes, hello, good morning. I have to agree, basically, I'm a bit, I've got a big problem having listened to you for the last half an hour, and I really want to say what I think about what you've been saying. I think you have to be extremely careful when you say that basically for the economy, in order to carry on repeating the way the English media, because I live in France nowadays, although I'm an English national and work for an English company, I have noticed a very, very big difference between the English media and the French media. Now, we opened up since the 11th of May, right? The English media, and so are you doing tonight, you just don't stop. The English media just carry on. If you open the papers, everyone is talking. It's become a tantra where people carry on speaking about what's going to happen to the economy. What's going to happen to the economy? It's going to be a total disaster. Now, if you open up Le Monde newspaper, there's not one mention in the whole newspaper today in Le Monde about any trouble ahead for the economy. You open up Le Figaro, exactly the same thing. Now, what's the policy? Why is the government over here in France doing that? It's because it serves no purpose to talk.
Well, now, hang on, just 1 minute. I'll let you finish your thought, but the government is not dictating the editorial content of the newspapers that you just told me about.
Yes, no, but I'm saying that obviously over here, what has happened here the last 3 weeks, since the 11th of May when it opened up, we were also very scared what would happen.
Yeah.
But it so happens, I work for an English company, we supply all the shops in France, and since the 11th of May, right, lucky we have Mother's Day, which comes up in the beginning of June, the shops have all told me now that their invoicing at the moment has nearly reached prior COVID-19. Basically, their turnover has gone back.
Well, what kind of shops are they?
Sorry?
What kind of shops are we talking about?
Jewelers.
Jewelers?
They have nearly gone back to, even the wholesalers are now recording back to me, right, where their turnover has nearly gone back, right, to prior COVID-19. Yes, we do have Mother's Day, which is coming up beginning of June, right? So that will be a month after we opened up. Now, for instance, we had Mother's Day in England, which was in the middle of March.
Can I just stop you there? Jewellers is not really a bellwether of the general economy, is it? I mean, it's a very specific thing they sell. It's also sold in shops that are very, very small, and, these are boutiques.
No, I have worked in jewellery for the last 27 years, and I do know that the barometer of the way people spend and it does. We are the ones who usually suffer the first and obviously benefit the last. And it so happens, so we are sort of a barometer where we are holding regarding jewelers. And we are back now. For the last month, we have been invoicing like prior COVID-19.
Well, yeah, I don't... yes, but okay. I understand the concept that jewelers may suffer first. People who sell luxury goods... They may be the first ones to suffer, but they're not a bellwether of the economy because only a certain type of person buys jewellery in the first place. It's like saying that Rolls-Royce is a bellwether of the economy. No, it's not. The people that buy jewellery and luxury items, they've done particularly well out of this virus. They're not suffering as most people are. They actually have more money than they did before.
No, but I'm supplying cheap jewelers. So basically, like you would have in England, 8 Samuel, really, really cheap jewellery. Those have all gone back to prior COVID-19. Now, yes, I could obviously offer, the English, you had Mother's Day, which was the middle of March. For God's sake, do you realise what an advantage it would have been for England to say, you know what, this year we had Mother's Day in the middle of March, we are all confined. For once in a century, we will move Mother's Day when we open up again, right? A month after we open up. That means we could have had Mother's Day and Father's Day the same day.
Right, I don't see what is this obsession with Mother's Day? Who buys jewellery for their mother?
No, because at the moment, the shops in France, people are queuing up. They haven't stopped selling. I've been phoning the shops to speak to them. The ladies basically have said, we have no time to speak to you because we have too many people queuing up for Mother's Day to buy goods for Mother's Day. So
like what? What do you buy in a jewellery store for your mother? I mean, flowers, chocolates for your mother. Jewellery?
Yes, for jewellery, yes. Yes. All the catalogues here are always full for Mother's Day. Each catalogue, every brochure, it is one of the biggest events of the year. I think it's the third most important after...
Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. I've never heard anything like it. If you're listening to this, Mum, there's no way you're getting jewellery for Mother's Day, so don't even think about it.
After Christmas and St. Valentine's Day, in France comes Mother's Day.
Yeah.
So obviously, over here, people are queuing up to buy for Mother's Day because it is still important.
All right. Okay. So I'm delighted that your jewellery concern is doing well, but it does not obviate the fact that the economy in both France and in this country is going to take a massive nosedive.
But look at it positively. Just look at every reason why things will work out okay. Because the more you and the more the media will carry on repeating to the public.
Oh, I see. It's my fault. I have absolutely no effect on the public. Neither do the press have an effect on what the public spend their money on. There's a certain the people who already had money have more of it now after all this because their discretionary spending dropped to virtually zero. I mean, they weren't going out to restaurants, they weren't buying clothes, they weren't going on holiday or any of these things. They weren't buying new cars, none of that stuff. And so people who already had money have got more money now. So they may be the people who feel that, I've got so much cash in my bank account now, I paid my credit card bills off, and I've still got extra, I might go and treat myself to some cheap jewellery, as you suggested. But for the bottom half of the country, they've got nothing. They've got no job. They may have been turfed out of... they may be lucky just to have clung on to their homes. And their future is dismal. But the people that have more, and the people who had less have nothing now. So the distribution of income is even worse than it used to be. But I'm glad that your jewellery business is doing okay. But I seriously doubt that is actually an indication of how the economy is going to do in general. I mean, people spending small amounts of money on sparkly fripperies is no indication of anything other than itself. The sale of sparkly fripperies. Actually, that's an excellent name for a shop. I'll give you that one. Cost-free. Sparkly fripperies. Open 24 hours a day for all your sparkly frippery needs. Thanks a lot, David. Keep thinking positive thoughts. Chris texts, there are sectors that are going to struggle. For example, leisure centres and swimming pools. How do the government propose to get these reopened? After speaking to my local council, they said they were unsure and had nothing in the form of guidance from central government. They're just making it up as they go along. It's knee-jerk reaction to everything that passes by. Short-termism is where we're at. How are gyms going to open? 7,000 gyms are shut. 7,000 in the country, closed. How are they going to reopen? How? This says, I think the reason we could not go the same way with Sweden is because their health system can deal with the cases and deaths, and our vastly underfunded NHS could not. That's why we locked down. Well, but there is something in that. But off the top of my head, I don't think Sweden are one of those countries that had significantly more beds per head of population than we do, hospital beds. I mean, other countries do. Germany and, almost all of our major competitors have more hospital beds than we do. But I think Sweden was one of the countries that didn't. I think it's because they have such an excellent care system outside of hospitals. So I don't really know. I don't really know what the answer to that is. I mean, it's not like Sweden did nothing. I mean, people assume that because they went a different way that they've done absolutely none of the things that we've done, but that's not true at all. The very vulnerable were protected. There were people engaging in social distancing of a type, not as extreme as us, but it's not that they just ignored it and carried on regardless. They did sensible. They made sensible precautions, and they listened to the government advice. They have great trust in their official institutions, whereas our trust is being rapidly whittled away. This is the thing from the Washington Post about the virus never, ever, ever, ever going away. It says there's a good chance that the coronavirus will never go away. Even after a vaccine is discovered and deployed, the coronavirus will likely remain for decades to come, circling among the world's population. Experts call such diseases endemic, stubbornly resisting efforts to stamp them out. Think measles, HIV, and chickenpox. It's a daunting proposition, they say, but experts in epidemiology, disaster planning, and vaccine development say embracing that reality is crucial to the next phase of our pandemic response. With so much else uncertain, the persistence of the novel virus is one of the few things we can count on about the future. There are already 4 endemic coronaviruses that circulate continuously, causing the common cold. And many experts think that this virus will become the 5th. A vaccine, while crucial to our response, is not likely to eradicate the disease, experts say. Challenges to vaccination are already becoming clear, including limited supply, anti-vaccine opposition, and significant logistical roadblocks. Our yearning for a quick fix has turned in recent days towards a vaccine now being portrayed as a solution that will quash the virus once and for all. But the world has achieved that only once, with smallpox, a measure of just how difficult it is for vaccines to wipe out diseases. And it took nearly 2 centuries after the discovery of a vaccine and an unprecedented international effort to vanquish smallpox, which stole hundreds of millions of lives. So I know that there is a sort of a feeling that, particularly if you listen to Donald Trump for more than 10 seconds, that something magical will come along and rid us of this. But it might be here forever. And so short-term solutions aren't going to be sufficient. Particularly if this is the road that we are determined to continually go down, the lockdown road. Let's have Brighton. Hello, Harry.
Hi, Nick. Can I just say I'm finding it extremely refreshing listening to you, to be honest, because all I've heard is this over-the-top emotional response from most people about this, and I think the whole lockdown thing is absurd, quite frankly. It's gone way too far.
Okay, but what makes you say that?
I mean, just look at the cost of it. Kids aren't even going to school now. You've got all of these small businesses closing and shutting down. This ridiculous 14-day quarantine thing the government is proposing. How can our tourism industry is dead if we do that? Basically, they're forgetting there's a such thing as quality of life, not just existing. And I can't help but think actually the number of people who potentially have been saved by this lockdown is less than the number of people who ultimately are going to die as a result of all the national debt and everything we're running up right now. I just think it's ridiculous. I think there's so many reasons not to do it,
Yes, there are going to be fatalities caused by what it is that we're doing, because it's not just a zero-sum game. We don't just save lives by doing something, that we also affect lives by the route that we've taken, and those deaths will come perhaps later as the consequence of the crashed economy become more vivid, and the government will have less money to spend, and we'll go through austerity again, or however else we're going to get out of this. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, all of that again, all over this. I just think it's absurd, quite frankly. I mean, I don't know if to laugh or cry, to be honest. I mean, I can understand. I just see people reacting so emotionally to something that should be, objective decisions that have been made. And I can't help but think it's just that, coronavirus will kill people. We need to shut things down so people don't die. But it's not just about experts who are on virology and stuff. It should be about economics as well, because a bad economy kills people. I mean, it's a trade-off, isn't it, like you said?
Well, that's absolutely right. I mean, there was the overall death rate per 100,000 people, about 781 for men, 439 for women. So it's an average of almost 600 deaths per 100,000 people.
It's not that many deaths, is it, for the cost of it and the consequences of it? And
also the age of the people. I mean, I know that each
sick and elderly
person is an individual tragedy, but we're talking about people who would be likely not to live the rest of the year.
Anyway.
Yes,
I know.
The average age expectancy in the UK is 79 years old for men.
Exactly.
But those aged 90 and over make up the largest proportion of COVID deaths. So they've already exceeded their expected time on Earth by 10 years.
Exactly. Kids aren't even getting an education because of this, a lot of them, It's just, I think it's sad, to be honest. I think there's things that potentially, one day maybe it'll be a biological weapon or something. There's things that we could actually genuinely need to do, like the lockdown for, and I don't think this is it, quite frankly. I think it's a massive overreaction. I mean, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I just think it's a matter. I don't do much lockdown myself. I've been finding it. I mean, I went out this morning to buy energy drinks, and I don't feel guilty about that, quite frankly. If I had my way, there'd be no lockdown. It would be, all the money we've spent, we could have spent more of that money on providing services for older people, and sick people, to keep them away from others while the coronavirus is going around, if we wanted. And we could have made them safe and spent a lot less money and kept the economy going over and still had young people going out to work. I mean, I'm not even worried about getting virus. I might have already had it anyway, but I don't even care if I get it. I mean, if I die of coronavirus, then I deserve to die, quite frankly, because I haven't died of the flu. So,
well, I don't know about deserve, but I mean, most people under the age of, let's say, 50, it just bounces off, and those that it doesn't almost always come up with the on the news it will say had an underlying medical condition. A few, there was no supposed underlying medical condition, but that happens to people all the time. People are born with something that they die of. it just seems that the entire world has decided, with the exception of Sweden, that this is the only route to go down, and that anybody that says otherwise is a heartless ghoul. But I think that after years of trying to right the economy, as we are now looking at, then in a few years' time we might actually rue the decisions that we've made, or rather the decisions that have been made on our behalf. But I guess we'll find out when we get there. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Broccoli. Liam.
Yeah, good morning, Nick. I just want to say, I mean, I don't want to get into the coronavirus thing. I don't agree, but anyway, the reason I'm calling you is Boris Johnson stopped the press from talking regarding Dominic Cummings, yeah? Have you ever known a Prime Minister to do that, number one? Have you ever known a Prime Minister to stop the press from asking questions? The other thing is the chap, George Floyd, who a police officer is being arrested and charged with third-degree murder over in America. They've got riots going on and burning down and whatever and looting. I'm not agreeing with that. Why don't we just turn up to 10 Downing Street tomorrow, the people that want Cummings out, protest down there like the climate changes did, yeah? Stay on the streets, yeah, until Boris grows a pair and then says, no, look, it's unattainable now, you'll have to go. I mean, Boris Johnson stopped the press from asking him questions, and he said, no, I'm going to draw a line.
Yes, but he did that before the election, and we still voted for him. You remember that journalist who showed him a picture of a child sleeping on the floor of a hospital because there weren't any beds available? And the journalist showed him the picture while he was on camera on his phone, and Boris Johnson took his phone and put it in his pocket so he couldn't look at the picture anymore, and the journalist didn't have the evidence anymore. He hid in a fridge to avoid being asked questions, and we still voted for him.
Yeah. Yes, but Boris, the only reason Boris got in was because of the Brexit. Okay?
Yes, it was a single issue.
It was single issue. It was a single issue, nothing else. Boris got in there, okay? Now, you know, at the end of the day, right, we're not even talking about Brexit because of the COVID and everything else, but Boris Johnson, you know, he is Dominic Cummings' boss, yeah? And he is saying it's okay for Dominic Cummings to do what he did, all right? And it's okay, and he didn't do anything illegally, yeah? Well, the police officer in America restraining a person on the floor didn't do anything illegally, but then he did because he couldn't breathe. The man couldn't breathe. So is it going to take... So it took for the man to die and lose his life.
Well, I think that's slightly different circumstance, but it doesn't really matter what happens now. I mean, if he did cave in to the pressure of 1 million people signing a petition to get rid of Dominic Cummings, then that's just him acting in his own short-term interests to try to draw. Oh, okay, then I'll draw a line under it by firing him. But it's too late for that. He should have done that. If he was going to do it, he should have done it straight away. Now he's painted himself into a corner, and no response to this will be sufficient because it was time specific, the response.
Yes, but even the Church of England has come out and said that they're taking us for mugs. And on top of that, just because you can't see the people dying, because, you know, people don't, like Cummings, can go up to Durham, just because you don't see the physical person being held down by their throat and dying from, you know, like COVID, because what he did is put other people at risk. You know, everything's up there. If you spoke...
I know what you're saying, but to me, it doesn't really matter what happens from this moment on. It doesn't matter if Boris Johnson tries to... in our eyes, correct his previous mistake and fire Cummings, because that time's come and gone now. He's made his decision, and it doesn't really matter what he does from this moment on. If he sticks with it, then you almost have to admire his intransigence. But if he changes his mind and fires him, well, that just shows a weakness, being blown about by the vicissitudes of public opinion. So it doesn't really matter how many people sign that petition. It's completely irrelevant. The decision has already been made. It doesn't matter if he changes it now, because it's the initial decision that's the important one. And it was time specific. Whatever he did in this past week is his decision, regardless of what he subsequently does. So it's too late. You can sign that petition until you're blue in the face. It's too late. Now, I know there's not been many laughs in this show. This is just, every show is slightly different. It's just the mood in the air. But something that I do on a weekly basis with Carol McGiffin is funny. And it's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? If you have about a half an hour per week and you wish to be amused, then I can thoroughly recommend it. It's in which Carol McGiffin and I try to solve people's problems while laughing as much as possible. If you would like us to have a bash at your problem, then you can send it to nickandcarol@global.com. nickandcarol@global.com. And you can pick up the podcast wherever you get podcasts. Ask for it by name on an internet near you. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? Camberwell. Hello, Will.
Good evening, Nick. I know you haven't paid me to say this, but last weekend when I was locked in or whatever it is, I listened to What's the Problem with Nick and Carol, and I really, really enjoyed it.
Oh, good.
It felt like I was listening to two mates having a pint and a little bit of a, chit-chat to each other. But
yes.
The reason why I'm calling is because I can honestly say that I've never felt so calm and chilled and nubile as I do now the last 8 years.
Nubile?
I live at number 25, right, in my flat in London, and number 22 is a yoga teacher.
Right.
Now, at the end, we've got a little sky roof thing, and I found a little WhatsApp group. Next thing you know, last Wednesday, I did yoga for the first ever time.
Oh.
And as I came from an upwards dog down by a warrior pose to a downwards dog, that's when I personally thought you've got to give the government a bit of a break. Boris Johnson with his holidays and stuff came to this too late, and that's definitely added to the numbers crisis, which is shameful and will no doubt come out in an investigation. But overall, I'd give them a B- or perhaps a C+ at best. And to be honest, all this talk about laxing it, making it more lax now, or we should never have locked down anyway. My flatmate, she's from Brazil. If she'd had her way, there would have been lockdown for old people and vulnerable people. Everyone else would be out there doing their thing, getting their fajitas in, dancing samba down the street, whatever. And I just think,
like in Sweden, without the samba part.
Pretty much, but Sweden's 4.8 million people. Here we've got 68 million people, and London's got like 11 million.
Yeah.
So it's apples and oranges is the cliche, isn't it?
Not really. We're talking about extra deaths. So it is relevant. You can compare between one country and another the amount of excess deaths that have been caused or have been experienced over the last couple of months.
But do you think then her thing about only locking down people over 50 and people with disabilities and let everyone else carry on with their lives to save the economy, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, well, I disagree, because I just think in January, February, whenever it was, the politicians were all sitting in a room, weren't they, all around the world, and 9 out of 10 of them said, with this emergency, let's put the emergency brake on, and they did what we've done.
Right, and now we're going to get a recession worse than anything we've experienced in the last 300 years. So just because a lot of people say it doesn't mean to say it's right.
I think you're talking Britain down, Nick. I think you've got to believe in the spirit of GB to fight back, haven't you?
I don't know whether you're just being sarcastic now or whether you're still on a high from the yoga. One of the most painful things I ever did, yoga. How can anybody do it for pleasure? It's just mystifying to me.
There was a bit where she said, stretch your leg up towards the sky, and that was a bit of a stretch. And then she said, under your stomach and tap your nose with it, and that was a bit of a stretch. To go from full stretch, tap your nose was tricky. But there was other bits where she just sort of said, lie down, and she just...
Oh, that would be my favourite part, lying down.
It was great.
I could do that, yeah.
But then she said, feel the wood under your back, hear the birds in the air, hear the plane. It was. I said to her afterwards, do you get taught that? She said, no, you find your own yoga voice. Right. And meanwhile, I come back to my flat, and my flatmate's going crazy about lockdown and how we should all be out there. And I'm thinking, I can't be doing with this. I need the peace of the lockdown. But anyway.
Well, I've enjoyed the peace of the lockdown so much, and I know I'm not the only one, so much so that I don't really want to go out again. I mean, just the thought of going out, it fills me with displeasure. And the idea of going shopping, like going to town and just wandering around shops, like we used to in the good old days. Forget it. I ain't going to do that.
Do you want to go to a pub, though?
No, I don't. No, I don't want to go to a pub. I don't really like pubs ordinarily.
Oh, okay.
£5 a pint? You're joking. I can have a can for 89p. Better.
Oh, well. Would you ever, if you were in Brazil, would you ever do the what's it called? The carnival in Rio de Janeiro?
Macarena. I don't know. I've got no idea.
Have you ever done it?
No, I've never been to Brazil, no.
No, me neither.
Never been south of Tijuana.
Mexico.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Okay, all right, well, the best of luck with your downward dog. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. M in London texts, when lockdown hasn't worked, we'll need further measures such as going a cash-free society. Going a cash-free society. Well, I think that a lot of changes that were going to take a while have been fast-forwarded, and that's one of them. I think banks and governments were rather keen that we become cashless, because all sorts of nefarious activities can be engaged in with cash, less so with plastic. Also, banks don't take a cut of everything that you spend cash money on, but they do with plastic. And I think that will be fast-forwarded, as will the automation of everything. Because one of the things that we've realised is that, when something like this comes along, then it's human beings that fall on their faces, not robots. So I think that will increase the amount of unemployment, because people who work in warehouses and driving and all of those things that are easily automatable will be so much more quickly than would have been the case without this. Also, the death of the high street will be fast-forwarded, and all of this disruptive change that would have been more smoothly experienced will just become abrupt now, which will add to the short-term pain. In the long term, of course, we're all dead, but in the long term, things may be better. This may produce a better lifestyle, more in balance with nature, less consumerism, less desperate attempt to just keep up with the Joneses, to keep buying stuff that we don't need with money we haven't got, all of that. So maybe that will change, but the positive effects of that probably won't be felt by us. Oliver says, how on earth can the last caller, probably not the last caller, but one wherever he wrote this, how on earth can that caller say the lockdown has saved less lives than the amount of lives that have been lost? The lockdown has saved less lives than the amount of lives that have been lost. We would have lost hundreds of thousands if there was no lockdown, says Oliver. Well, you don't know that, Oliver, do you? We don't know that. In fact, the evidence suggests that that's not true. The number of deaths may be more or less the same, because they are disproportionately affecting those who had or who were the end of their lives anyway. It might not have made any difference. This says, it's as if he thinks only the elderly die from it. Well, it's not only, but vastly is the case that the elderly are the ones that are dying from it. I mean, of the deaths of the virus in April, the worst month so far, the figures only go up past a 1% mortality rate after the age of 70. Under the age of 70, it's less than a 1% mortality rate. And almost zero for anybody below the age of 50. And above the age of 70, the mortality rate doubles with every 5-year increase in age. So it's not only the elderly, but it's pretty much the elderly. The elderly and those who were ill to begin with. Anyway, the text says the economy will recover, but it's not as if you can bring back the dead. Yes, but how many people will die because of the ruined economy? Perhaps more. If we're about to have a recession that's going to be the worst in 300 years, then maybe the cure is actually worse than the disease. But, like I said, we'll find out eventually.
Tippy-top shape. Tippy-top.
Space tourism. You've got to be joking. How long would you have to self-isolate for if you came back from space? Where nobody can hear you scream. Stephen texts, given that it's been so tremendously unfair, how long before Trump announces he is terminating his relationship with reality? Reality is totally overrated. It's fake news, reality. He's president, can you believe it?
I'm president! Can you believe it?
Yeah, he's just as stunned as we are. That's never going to seem normal. Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
See? Wow, this is going very, very well. I've got 2 things right, and I've barely even started yet. OK, here's the bad news. Hairdressers and nail bars could be coronavirus hotspots. Ministers were warned at the start of May. Well, that's not news exactly. That's old news. Scientists feeding into sage. Sage. You know, sage. They promote wisdom. That sounds about right, doesn't it?
No.
Scientists are feeding into sage claimed personal care businesses could have levels of infection as high as those seen in social care. Yeah, we know that. Laughing Matt Hancock said that hairdressers will... He's never going to get over that. We should never let him get over that. He was gigglesome. Yeah, I don't think he's stopped laughing yet. Are you having fun, Matt Hancock? Laughing Matt Hancock said hairdressers will not open in the next fortnight, despite salons saying that they're ready to open their doors in June. They're not going to open in 2 weeks. Oh, my God, it just gets worse and worse, doesn't it? I mean, look at the state of me. The Health Secretary would not commit to hairdressers being allowed to open their doors again on June the 15th. Not now, not ever, never. And I'll add them to the list of the people that I feel sorry for. I feel sorry for almost everybody. Except for Matt Hancock. Specifically not him. Not you, Matt Hancock. Boo, Matt Hancock. Boo! In Europe, blooming EU, salons are already open. See? If only we hadn't left. Salons are already open in the EU. Everyone is forced to wear masks there, including customers. And dry cuts, magazines, hot drinks, and even long chats are banned. Well, I would love that. Long chats banned. I would want my hair done in complete silence. I don't want to make a friend with the person that's doing my hair. I don't want to hear about their holiday. I don't want to hear about the car that they bought. I don't want to hear about their other half, or how they've been surviving the lockdown, or any of those things. I just want them to do my hair in complete silence and make me look fantastic. You know, like science fiction. And I don't want a coffee, because you can't drink the coffee when you're getting your hair done. It's impossible. Because there's hair that's falling off your head and it goes straight into the coffee. And you can't drink your own hair. So it just sits there and it goes cold. What's the point of that? It just is, it's there to make it appear as though you're getting good value for money. You are not getting good value for money. I used to pay a ridiculous amount of money to get my hair done. It was an establishment in Soho. And it was, I'm not even going to tell you how much it cost, because it's absolutely obscene. And I thought, why am I doing this? I'm only doing it because I've always done it. You know, you get stuck into a groove. Like Madonna. And I thought I'm going to take my appearance in my own hands and go to a barber, not a salon where the swish people go. I'm just going to go to a local barber. And he does it for practically nothing at all. I'm amazed it can stay in business, it's so cheap. And you can't tell the difference. Not that anybody would care. I mean, who cares what I look like? Even I don't care what I look like. So you don't have to spend an enormous amount of money to look meh. You can look that way, but on the cheap, believe me. But why ban dry cuts? Am I missing something? I mean, if they don't wash your hair, doesn't that mean to say you're in and out more quickly? I get the part about not talking because you don't want to be covered with their sputum and the coffee parts because all the machinery and the cups and that, they're not going to clean those, are they? Of course not. They're going to give them a rinse and put them back on the shelf. Pretend they're clean. Awful.
Disgusting.
But why ban dry cuts? Maybe they got that wrong. Maybe they translated it from the French. But I don't know how much I can stand all this hair. It's like it's growing out of me. This is like I was in the 70s, the decade that style forgot. Within about a week, it's going to start licking up on my shoulders. I'll have flicks, for crying out loud. I'll look like I'm going to a fancy dress party as one of the furry freak brothers. It's just that I forgot my costume. Please open the hairdressers, laughing Matt Hancock, and we'll forget about your Gigglesome performance on the telly the other night. Actually, we won't. Not now, not ever, never. You're stuck with that forever, just like, what's his name with the bacon sandwich? Oh, how quickly we forget. What's his name with the bacon sandwich? The goofy brother. You know, the brother that looks a bit goofy. Yeah, him. I forgot what his name is. Never mind. It doesn't matter anymore. We'll probably never see him again. We'll never be bothered with his visage again. Why isn't that work? Oh, here we go. Southend. Hello, Chris.
Oh, good evening, Nicholas. Hello.
Yes, Chris.
Be on so soon. I know you're going to hate to use this term, but I do find it refreshing that someone like you is saying it's all going against the grain of the mainstream media in a way. Really.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. He just said mainstream media.
Warning.
Back away, everybody. Just smile. Don't make any sudden moves. Back slowly out of the room. Mainstream media, he just said.
Why do you hate the term mainstream media?
Because it's usually said by numpties who are trying to convince you that anybody that has any sort of reputation in the news business is not to be believed. What you should actually believe is the source of just anybody that writes anything on the internet, sitting in the basement of their parents' house, in their underwear. Some 50-year-old bloke is clacking out on his computer some nonsense about contrails or nanobots being injected into your brain by Bill Gates. Just this. Oh God, I can't bear it.
Well, I mean, look, the thing is that I perhaps do agree that there are people out there that use that, but I do. Yes. I do kind of think that I think what I would say, a better term, is I think there's been maybe a lot of irresponsible journalism over this. This pandemic. I mean, let's not forget the Spanish flu killed an estimate of 50 million people worldwide. And so far, what the coronavirus has unfortunately killed is nowhere near that figure. I mean, you've got to bear in mind that we've got much more advances in medicine, technology, science, like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one guy...
Well, the major difference between that and this, as I was pointing out yesterday, is that for the Spanish flu, they didn't do a lockdown. The pubs stayed open, the restaurants stayed open, football continued, crowds gathered. None of that, none of what we're doing now was happened then or in any of the other virus pandemics that have swept the world. What we're doing now is a science experiment.
Well, I mean, you're right. It is. And the thing is, people forget, there's 7.4 million people that have been furloughed. And some people, I hear sometimes people on the radio and the TV saying, oh, I'm not going to go out until we get a vaccine and stuff. And
well, that's never then. You'll be going out never.
Yeah. That's completely unrealistic. I mean, the thing is, I've been working in my job. I'm a key worker. I work as a driver, unfortunately. Unfortunately, like I say, in my job, I work on my own mostly, so I can keep my distance. But again, I've mingled with people in warehouses, keeping our distance. And I would say, I must say, because for me, it kind of feels a bit like a surreal moment that I'm living, where
I know exactly what you mean.
I go work. I've been down the beach. I don't see people dying in the street, all these dead bodies collapsing. But yet, if you watch the news all the time, you think that you don't have to look at someone or breathe, and suddenly you get a whole 6 people in front of you dying.
I was reading in the press just today that it's something of the order of 7 in 10 people who tested positive don't even know they've got it. They have absolutely no symptoms of any kind whatsoever. So for the vast majority of people, the virus just bounces off them.
Yeah, but here's the thing as well. The other thing that really annoys me as well, and there's some guy. There's two things I'd like to point out. This guy said, "Oh, all these people down the beach, don't they realise how selfish they've been?" And he equated it to drink driving. And I thought, well, no, it's not the same, because if I go out in the street, whatever, you're assuming I've got it for me to spread it onto you. But not only that, drink driving is an intense thing. It's like, for starters, I wouldn't drink drive anyway, because I'd lose my licence, I'd lose my job. I need to keep my licence, my job. But again, it's such a bogus comparison.
Well, I'm not sure it is, actually. If you deliberately, with malice aforethought, go onto a beach and start breathing over strangers, then it is likely that even if you don't have it, then you will get it by, getting all hugger-mugger with the people that you don't know. And then you will go and pass it to maybe the bloke in the warehouse, and both of you can be completely fine, except that the bloke in the warehouse will go and visit his parents, and they'll get it.
Well, yeah, but again, this is all done on probability and chance and things like that. And a lot of guys said on the show last night, there is such a thing as a quality of life. I mean, yeah, it's existing and things like that, but I just think, to me, one of the things I read on the BBC's website is they reckon that the chances of you dying if you're over 70 now, in this period we're living now, are no higher than they were last year. I
think it's 1%, isn't it? 70 is about a 1% chance of being killed by this virus. That may be assuming you get it. And then that probability goes up by, I think, 5% with every 5 years in age after that. But you have to remember that the average age expectancy of people in this country is not much older than 70, 80 years old. So what we're doing now is we're closing down the economy. We're ruining the lives of generations to come for untold number of decades in order to extend for a short period the lives of people who are already at the end of their expected time on this earth.
The whole thing doesn't make sense from the get-go. The whole thing to me is that, honestly, I'll tell you something. If this is proven in a year's time that we've overreacted to, or the other way, either way, whether we've overreacted to this or underreacted to this, the bottom line is, Nick, this has been, as The Guardian said, it's been part of the mainstream media, sorry. This has been what The Guardian said. This has been the single biggest scientific policy failure for a generation.
Well, I've been saying for a while now that I think historians will look back at this and think that it is the biggest overreaction to anything in history. It's like spilling some water on your kitchen floor, and instead of mopping it up, setting fire to the house to dry it out.
But you're saying you're saying you think the drink driving analogy is correct, but surely, as I say, if I drink tons of beer or wine, spirits like that, and go and drive, I know that what I'm doing is wrong, and I know that I'm drunk. But if I go to the park and socialise with people, again, I don't know I've got this virus, and that's it. I'm not doing. My intention is not.
But if you drink drive, your intention is not to kill people either. I think it's a pretty valid comparison. I know you're chafing at it, but trust me, it's valid. I'm the decider on this show. Those are the rules. I don't make the rules. I do actually make them.
Tell you that he's a good person.
Yeah, he's a good person, even though he's not a racist. Thanks a lot, Donny. You're the best. You're the best, worst president ever. And I really mean that. 0345 6060 973. This text says, I drove for 30 miles to get my eyes tested, but I couldn't see for my hair. That's never going to go away, is it? I mean, the government, Boris and his evil henchperson, does think that if they just tough it out, then we will be distracted and start thinking about something else. I bet they can't believe that it's lasted this long already. I mean, he told us to stop thinking about it and move on, and we just refuse. I think we need correcting. Jantex, didn't Professor Van Tam play a blinder in the Daily Briefing today? I don't watch the Daily Briefing. It's the death numbers. It's just too depressing. I just cannot watch these people disseminate from a podium. I can't. Anyway, Jan says, didn't Professor Van Tam play a blinder in the Daily Briefing today? Someone speaking their mind at last. Very refreshing. It makes a change from the politicians waffling. Oh, here's the fellow that said that the rules are the rules. And everybody should obey the rules. Including you, Dr. Evil. Here is Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yeah, good evening, Nick. You okay?
Yes, super duper. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I was wanting to talk about Boris Johnson and Dominic Cummings.
Yes.
And to Boris first, I admire this bloke even more now.
He's an empty vessel. He's just a collection of...
Just a second. Well, that's what you keep saying.
And,
well, just a second.
Go on, then.
Right?
Here we go.
The easy thing for Boris Johnson would have been to sack him.
But now, by easy, do you mean right?
Just a second.
Do you mean the correct thing?
Correct. No, the incorrect thing. But all that's to say about Boris Johnson is call him names. All he's bothered about himself. He's selfish. He does anything to get power.
Yes.
He's proved that wrong, hasn't he?
No.
Because the easy thing to do would have been to get him out the way.
No, unless Brian, the easy thing for an ordinary politician, an ordinary prime minister, yes, but he appears to be bereft of ideas. He has been elevated to a position that he's wanted his entire life, that he is not sufficiently qualified to occupy. So he needs his hench person to tell him what to say and do.
Boris Johnson has an 80-seat majority. He's the most powerful politician for a long, long time, and he knows that, right? And all these people keep throwing brickbats at him. He keeps swatting them away.
Yeah, including 100 of his own MPs.
But he is doing it, being very courteous. He doesn't get into slang much doing it, right? And he's put them away, put them back in the boxes very courteously. He's a clever man, and you can't see it, right?
Oh, I can't see it because it's not true. Boris Johnson appears to me to be a completely empty vessel, a collection of tics and affectations and a Cod Churchill impression, and that's it.
He's a winner, and he's going to keep on winning, same as Cummings is going to. They've never lost anything yet, and they've got that much power. They're going to keep winning, right? And
keep winning. What do you mean by? So, what does keep winning mean to you?
Wait after next week. They'll have won in Europe.
What does that mean? Won in Europe?
They've got to drop the fishing thing. You said fishing didn't matter, by the way.
Loud fishing. You still banging on about fishing?
No, it's the EU keeps banging on about it. That's how little they have in hand. Keep going on about fishing, wanting more fish. It's the EU that's wanting that. Right? Our waters. And you
our waters. Our waters. What are you talking about, man? The fish that comes out of our waters, we don't eat. It's not to our taste. We sell it to Europe.
Right. You said the main reason doesn't matter is because we make nothing out of it. Well, why do the EU want it so much then?
God, you people like you are just absolutely obsessed. I mean, you won, okay? This is how angry and furious you are when people like you win. What is wrong with you, Brian? You're obsessed.
But you're obsessed at making it so difficult, along with newspapers, media, the opposition. I mean, you've got this...
You can't possibly think that the majority of the newspapers in this country are against your position. You said, what are you talking about?
You said we've won and you've lost. So Ed Davey is a Romanian.
No, wait a minute. Back up. Back up. I said that... What?
So Ed Davey, right?
No, back up. What did you just say before that? I said that we won. We, as in who?
You said settle down because you won. You accepted it. That we've won.
Well, yeah, you did. You won. You think you've won something. You won the referendum. I know that you personally think that you've won something out of it, that you are going to benefit in some way. I guess eventually you might come to the conclusion that that's not necessarily true.
Will you please, on this programme, pull over and tell Sir Ed Davey, he says, sir, right, and he's wrote a letter along with the SNP bloke, right, your sidekick of Sturgeon, and Greens and all of them, asking for an extension, asking for Barnier to ask for a 2-year extension. He's wrote back to them, right, saying, I will look into it or I'll try and help you. Now,
who's written?
They can't accept defeat, can they?
Oh my God! You can't accept a win. That's what fries my mind about people like you. You're still fighting this same battle. What is wrong with you, Brian? Just move on.
Boris Johnson cannot be stopped. He's the most powerful man in the country. Even this virus is not going to stop this damn virus, right?
You're saying things that everybody knows already. Of course, he's the most powerful man in the country. He's the Prime Minister. This is not news, Brian.
But the change in the reform in politics.
You would normally barge into a pub and bore everybody to death from the end of a bar. It must be absolutely eating you up inside that you haven't been able to bore people to death in a bar for the last couple of months.
You tried to sack a man like Cummins,
I bet
right?
you clear places when you walk in the door.
No, you will. You tried to sack a man in Cummins, right, who's trying to reform politics. He's trying to change politics. And he's well on his way to doing it, right? I don't know why you were calling him, Nick, because you keep saying politics needs reform.
He's been trying to change politics. In what way?
And he's winning as well.
For God's sake, stop saying that.
He's up the civil servants.
And you think that's to the benefit of the nation, do you? This country is being Trumpified. Do you really believe that is to the benefit of the people in this country?
It has nothing to do with Trump. You've got Trump syndrome.
For God's sake! Of course it is. The same people that brought us Trump brought us Brexit, and people like you still can't even address that fact. Look, the people that brought us Brexit are billionaires. They pulled the wall massively successfully over people like yours eyes.
You're the man, people like me.
Yeah, people like you. People like you were hoodwinked by a succession of lies that and the evidence have been before you for so long, and you still refuse to even look at it, let alone to admit that you've been fooled.
Yeah, look, you're going to find out within 6 months that we haven't been fooled. Brexit is going to be a big success, and that is why.
A big success. Define a big success. Here's what this virus has enabled politicians to do from now until the end of time. Blame any fallout from Brexit on the virus. That's what they'll do from now until forever. Anything that happens that is not a tremendous success will be blamed on the virus. If it only hadn't been for the virus, Brexit would have been a tremendous success. And people like you will buy it. Nodding sagely, just at the very idea.
It doesn't matter if there's a virus or no virus. It's going to be a no matter success. And that's what they're frightened of. It's going to be a big success.
Yeah, that's right. People in this country are frightened of success. Oh, my God. I just cannot understand people like you who, even when they win in your terms, are still complaining. God, imagine what it'd be like if you'd actually lost. This is what you're like when you win, Brian. It's insufferable.
I'm not complaining.
I think that to the nub of it, you don't. I don't believe that you believe any of this stuff. You just like a fight. you just call in for a fight. You're a troll. Back under your bridge, troll. God, and if you're new to this, I've taken his call so many times, and it's the same thing every single time. Donald Trump, hero. Boris Johnson, hero. Everybody else, fake news and a traitor. It's just the same thing over and over and over again for year after year after year. Every week he calls. Mostly, I just leave him sitting on the board there because I just can't take it. And he'll wait for an hour to get on the show just to say the same thing again, just because he likes a fight. You know, the juices start bubbling in his brain and it almost feels like he's alive. And this is what he's like when he wins. Can you imagine what it would be like if he had lost? Oh, he wouldn't need a phone. He'd just be yelling loud enough that we would hear him from Stockton-on-Tees. Anyway, it's been a delight, as always. Please stay within 2 meters of me. Well, 200 meters. 200 miles would be a good idea. Socially distanced within 200 miles. And not a centimetre closer. Painful. Let's skip the next call, Brian, because I'll just assume that it's exactly like this call. So call me in 2 weeks, not next week. Pretty please with sugar on top, I'm begging you. Can you wait that long?
That's what I feel.
Yeah, I always feel that way when I'm talking to Brian of Stockton-on-Tees. Painful. Where was that email that just was there and you got rid of it just now? I was going to read that. Put that back. Where was that? I'll undo it. Oh, God, now I've really screwed it up. Anyway, somebody said, can Brian be kept 200 miles from me, please? Everybody wants to socially distance from Brian from Stockton-on-Tees. We're running. If everybody has to be 200 miles from Brian, then we're running out of places to put him. Maybe a disused mine would be a good idea. Yeah, come on, Brian, step into this bucket. Matt emails, when the barbers have reopened, there will be a huge backlog of customers. The government should allow only 2 hairstyles to make sure that we can get government-approved haircuts. I like that idea. Only 2 hairstyles to make sure we can get a haircut quickly. I suggest the mullet and the short back and sides, and something for the weekend. Whatever that is now, perhaps. Good idea, Matt. Nobody will ever be able to have something for the weekend again. All of that is out. That life is over. Here's Paisley. Hello, Alex.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
What I wanted to talk about was actually the approach of the 4 nations to easing lockdown. But just quickly before that, I just wanted to say to your previous caller, Brian, that he was talking about how Dominic Cummings is doing new things. Yeah. Well, I think if he thinks back to Alistair Campbell with Tony Blair, I think they're pretty similar on what was going on behind the scenes. So I don't think there's anything new going on there.
Yeah, there's nothing is... What was the Pink Floyd line? Nothing is new under the sun. That's not it. Everything... not a Pink Floyd fan? Oh, my God. What do you mean you're not a Pink Floyd fan? How can anybody not be a Pink Floyd fan?
Rock and roll! Just not for me.
Okay, then. What is for you, then, in the absence of any Pink Floyd in your collection?
Kind of more modern dance, sort of.
Oh, the disco dancing.
Yeah,
right.
That's that, yeah, a bit of that.
Okay, then.
Right. So what I was going to say, anyway, was regarding, as I said, the lifting of a lockdown across the UK. I'm personally I'm in Scotland, obviously, but I'm personally confused as to what to do now. It's because it's like Northern Ireland, I think, is 8 people you can see outside. Scotland 6, England I'm not really sure. You can go into somebody's back garden and you can't go in other back gardens in other nations, and I think at this point in time it's time to kind of use common sense. I know not everybody as I say have just got that, but I think it's time now to say, well, actually, regarding seeing family outdoors or whatever it is, kind of use common sense. If you start going by every single thing that the government has said, or whatever government that may be nationally, then it's going to be very complicated. That it's like having to go online to find out, well, what's the rules for the day then?
Yeah.
What does Monday start? What does Tuesday?
This is a problem that they're going to have, because when it was stay indoors, don't go out, that's easy. Everybody can understand that. We got no problem with understanding that. And we did it really well. I'm amazed. The government is amazed that we did it so well. No riots, no looting. We didn't burn the house down or anything like that. We just did what we were told. We're good boys and girls, we are. But now it's we're all creeping back out again. Then some people can and some people can't. You can do it here and you can't do it there. But you've got to stay this far apart, but not so far apart that you have to shout. And no, it's really complicated now. That's going to be the problem. If it's all in or all out, we get that. But it's the middle part that's we're sort of tentatively stepping towards now that is going to cause confusion. Yeah, you are confused.
I think it's becoming like obviously the stay alert message a few weeks ago coming from Boris, but it was different from Nicola Sturgeon. But I think she's not said this obviously, but I think that's coming up to Scotland now to say stay alert, but not use those specific words. But as I said, it's going to come down to everybody's interpretation of what is...
What's alert?
Good.
I mean, what does alert actually mean?
Well, alert to me personally, even before this, would be just watching around about me. I mean, if someone was coughing and whatever, even before the coronavirus kicked in, I would kind of stay away from them. So that, to me, is just staying alert and common sense.
Well, I wonder why. I wonder if they actually discussed using that phrase, use your common sense, or whether they thought maybe that was a bit insulting, or we don't have any common sense. I bet they had that conversation. They round-tabled it. I bet they blue sky thunk it, and they came up with, I can't even remember what the phrase is now. It's be alert.
Stay alert, save lives. It's not stay.
Yeah, exactly. There's only three things of it. We've got no idea what it is anymore.
Control the virus. But how you control a virus that you can't control? Yeah. It's uncontrollable, and I don't even know.
How can you be alert to something that you can't see? It's. I think that the first phrase, the first three-part phrase, that was good. That was very clear. Yep. We could understand that. No problem at all. But this one now they've moved on to, I must have seen it 1,000 times, and I still can't remember what it is.
It's like kind of the worst of it, and you look back, it's like keep calm and carry on. But again, we knew what was happening. Obviously, I wasn't born, but we knew what was happening back then, and you think, well, this is not the same. You can't say keep calm, carry on, and we're fighting, if you want to use those terms, an invisible enemy. So it's just a very, very complicated thing, and I generally think that the Four Nations not doing a Four Nations approach that they did at the beginning is not a good idea. It's just confusing everything altogether. If the south of England had to maybe wait another week before they lifted their lockdown slightly, then they probably should have done that at the time.
Well, driving through London to get here today, I can confirm that it didn't look like anybody was paying the slightest bit of attention. The parks were absolutely rammed. I've never seen them so busy. You could barely see the grass. You could smell the grass.
Want to score some pot?
But you couldn't see any. People were squashed so close together, it was incredible. And there was no social distancing of any kind whatsoever, unless thousands of people are all living in the same flat and they all went to the park together.
No, it's the same here. When I was out just over to the local shops, but when I was out and you pass houses and you see the barbecues, and I'm thinking 10, 12 people, I don't think they're living up a 3-bedroom house.
And I think this Dominic Cummings thing, and I know that right-wingers who just are tired of winning were raising their eyes to the roof. I think that that's part of the problem, because I think that people have been cooped up for so long, have been very, very good for so long, and then this bloke comes along and sort of flicks our concern away in a superior manner, as does Boris Johnson. And I think the nation just thought, well, okay, you know what? Forget it. We're going to the park.
I think that's definitely not helped. It's definitely giving people an excuse, and I believe that a lot of people have said to the police and stuff, well, it's good enough for Dominic Cummings, and it's good enough for me.
Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I won't bang on about it all night long, but of course, Theresa. You remember Theresa May? No! Yes, that's her. She's written to her constituents criticising Dominic Cummings. He is the ghoul that keeps on giving. Theresa May said her successor, Bozo the Clown's senior aide, had broke the spirit of lockdown rules. Really? You don't say, Theresa May. What's surprising is that almost 100 Tory MPs agree, out loud. They've either called for Cummings to go or criticised his conduct. Wow. You hear that, Boris? 100. You can't fire them all. Durham police said that Dr. Evil may have broken the rules with the trip, but would not be taking any further action. Wow, what a complete surprise. Isn't that surprising?
No.
Not really, no. We're not stunned. No action, you say. And the fury of the public seems to have taken a life of its own. You would have thought that by now people would be onto something else. But a part of it may be that we're sick of the same story over and 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 over again. I mean, I can't remember any period in my life where it's been the same story every day for months. And here comes another story. I mean, it's off on a tangent. It's not completely unconnected, of course, but it's different. And our appetite for different knows no bounds. You know, after all this same that we've had. And it's almost as though sharks were circling in the water. We could scent blood, but we couldn't actually get the kill. So it's a little bit frustrating. And I'm sure the journalists felt the same way. But it's not just the mainstream media, and it's not just the public. It's both together. They scented the blood in the water but didn't get a kill, and it's made people even angrier than they were already. They've got now an avenue to project their ire. And the attitude of the PM is to just brush it aside and expect that we're going to get bored and we'll leave them alone when something shiny is dangled in front of us, like, I don't know, the return of football, for instance. But it doesn't seem to be going away. And the exquisite details keep coming out. Like Cummings said that he warned us earlier of a pandemic. Nostradamus was trending on Twitter today. You know, like he's a seer, trying to convince us that he was warning us of the pandemic a couple of months ago. He wrote a blog about it, except he didn't write a blog about it. When he got back from his trip to, check his eyesight, he apparently edited his blog to make it appear as though months ago he was telling us about this. I mean, it's easy to predict the future when it's actually in the past. It's like buying a lottery ticket with last week's winning numbers. And there was multiple applications for petitions to get rid of him on the government's official petition page. Did you see that? Loads of them. There's about 5 petitions that people tried to set up to get rid of Dominic Cummings, and all of them were rejected. Flicked away imperiously. No, they said. Because, it was a bit like, don't question us, peasant. That was the attitude that I got from it. Of course, it's a bit difficult to get tone from the written word, but that's the tone that I got. So, if the government's official petition page wouldn't allow people to set up a petition to get rid of Dr. Evil, then people went to change.org and set one up themselves. And when I looked a couple of hours ago, it had 1,063,452 people who expressed a preference, all negatively towards him. And I think that's 1,063,452 people who have wasted their time. He ain't going. Not now, anyway. Too much loss of face for the dear leader. He's planted his flag on him. But I bet he's gone just as soon as the interest dies down. And it can look as though he's going of his own free will. And it's not us rabble that's pushing him out. Still, all good fun, no? Jimmy texts, these people that just go on and on and on about fish, they must definitely have fish brains in their head. Unbelievable, says Jimmy. I'm so sick of talking to people about fish. People screaming at me down the phone about the blooming EU coming over here and taking our fish. Ugh, for crying out loud. It's completely unimportant to the economy of this country. And what they don't seem to understand, they haven't taken on board the fact that we don't like the fish that swim near our shores. It's mackerel. We hate that stuff. We sell it to Europe, who love it, apparently. I think they eat it for breakfast.
Disgusting.
Or there's another excellent reason to leave Europe. We like fish that doesn't taste of anything, and that don't swim near these shores. We've got to go to Iceland to get that. Cod, haddock, that stuff. That's what we eat. We don't like oily fish. And I'll say it again, the fish industry, the entire fish industry of this country brings in less money than Harrods. I mean, I know Harrods is closed at the moment, but that don't make no never mind. Harrods makes more money for the taxman in this country than does the entire fishing industry. Plus, Harrods employs more people. But still, they just ring on ring and ring and ring. It's like, I don't know. Ever since Uncle Nige rented that boat or got given it by one of his ilk and went up the Thames and it did reverse fishing. I think he went up the Thames with a boat full of fish and threw them into the Thames. You're supposed to take the fish out of the water, not put it in, Nige. I hate to break the news to you, but you may not understand Fishing.
This is absolute tosh.
Complete truth. Darkpaw tweets, if there are only 2 state-sanctioned haircuts, what's the betting it'll be the Dominic Cummings and the Boris Johnson? Can you imagine? I think I'll just stay as I am. I'll have it a little bit thicker on the sides and longer on the top, please. Southport, Beirut.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
The 2 issues which I'm going to raise, they're connected to each other. You know, for the past fortnight, we are having a very good weather at the moment, as well, obviously. Yeah. And the part of the country I'm living, you know, every single day, this is for the past 10 days, well before the government relaxed, you know, all these lockdown and all that. Every day, not in hundreds, thousands of people. Last bank holiday, 250,000 people was on that beach. Today, after 12 o'clock, you couldn't go on the beach because it was that busy, right?
Wait, back up. 250,000 people on Southport Beach?
Southport, Ainsdale, Formby, yeah.
Right. How do you know that?
Well, but that's a good guess, because a few days ago, no, this is true.
It's a guess.
Hang on, because when his air show is on,
yeah,
you know, they say 100,000 came on.
Right.
And I can see this was a lot more than the air show, right?
Mm-hmm. 250,000 people, that's almost 500,000, yes.
No, 250 is 250,000.
Well, let's agree to disagree. Go ahead.
No. Anyway, nobody, you know, observing any social distancing. The kids are playing next to each other. Nobody was bothered about the kids' safety, right? I am sure between all those people, there are teachers, and they're all saying, oh, no, we can't go open the school on the 1st because of the welfare of the kids, of the public safety, the teachers and all that, which in this area, Liverpool and Merseyside, they are not going to open it on Monday because they are so worried. It seems like between all these people, nobody was bothered about, as I say, they didn't have care in the world.
I don't think that it's, for me, it's not an issue of the children's safety. It's an issue of the teachers' safety. The teachers are the ones that are likely to be felled by it. It just bounces off children, mostly.
Look, you know, all the measures are taken. This, you know, marking, reduce the size of the classes, a wash base, you know, that they're checking their temperature. How far do they have to go? And as I say, these people are object themselves not safe. But on the beach, as I say, there are you couldn't put a drop of in because it's that busy. They weren't bothered about it. So all of a sudden, is one rule there and another rule somewhere else. I just find it, you know, incredible. Some people come on and start criticizing the government. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm not they're not my favorite, you know, government anyway. But you know, and then they do exactly opposite what the government asked them to do. You know, so how can you justify that?
Well, you know, I really think the opposite of that. I think that it's remarkable how well we've behaved, considering that our lives have been taken from us. Our lives, our jobs, our money, our future, people's homes, their relationships, everything that they had planned for the rest of their lives has just been whipped away, and with barely a murmur from the general public. I think we've been incredibly good.
Do you know other countries? You know what? This country really done so well. You have to congratulate the government. You know, they put who is losing money? Some people are making more money than they were making
Well, yes.
before.
There's the people that already had money are making more money. Billionaires have done fantastically well out of this coronavirus. They've done fabulously well. The people that have more get more, as usual. The people who have less get less, as usual. It seems to have increased the wealth divide, not just in this country, but in the whole world.
No, don't forget this. In a capitalist society, you know, the 5%, you know, they are the one who gives the order. The rest of 95 is like as I said, you know, they only pay them so much not to die, so they're not to do their work because they're not going to do it. They're like a slave anyway. And that's the philosophy of the capitalist society. But as I say, this country is doing a lot better than, you know, and then, you know, these about the figures,
wait a minute, finish that sentence. This country is doing a lot better than...
any other countries.
Which country?
Europe.
This country is doing better than other countries in Europe.
Regarding looking after their own people. Yes, as I say.
By what measure are we doing better than any country in Europe in looking after our people? What do you mean by that?
Because in France, they only pay 50% of your salary.
That's
in this country, they pay 80%, and some firms they make that another 20%, so you get your 100% your salary. So that's not bad, is it?
Well, it depends. I mean, it's not free money. It has to be paid back, and we, the people, the poor dopes who pay taxes, what little there will be left after the smoke subsides, then
don't forget
it will have to be paid back. So it's not free.
Yes. No. Hang on. The country is like a household. They've got no revenue. One person, whoever works, bring the revenue in, so they spend it. So I know you pay your taxes, but you use the road, you use the swimming pool, you use the library, you have a free NHS.
Okay, well, first of all, this country is not like a house. That's completely incorrect analogy. It's not even remotely like a house. And even if we go with that analogy, then what if all the people in that house lose their jobs? Then we ain't got no tax.
I don't quite follow. How do you mean lose their job? For what reason?
Are you kidding me? For what reason would people lose their jobs now?
I don't know can I just make another point? Might be not relevant. When they were talking about PPE, right?
Yeah.
This personal protection equipment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of these care homes and nursing homes, they charge £1,500 per week per person, right? They make millions.
Wow.
In a matter of 2 weeks, they all became bankrupt. Oh, we haven't got the government is not helping. Why don't you put your hand in your pocket from all those millions you made in past?
Yeah, I don't think... Fantastic, we've just won space, but they won't print that in the lying media. Jamie texts, you should get a man bun. No way. No way. I am not now, not ever, getting a man bun. He says, I've got one after 3 months of growth. It looks decent, and I might keep it. No, Jamie, it does not look decent. I haven't, without the benefit of having seen it, I can tell you it looks ridiculous. He says, I thoroughly recommend it. Do you want to see the pictures? No. No, I do not. And furthermore...
No.
Yeah, it's a no from me. Donna My tweets, I guess banning dry cut is to make washing the hair before the cut compulsory, i.e. to wash off any viruses in the hair before prolonging the contact of the hair. Wet cut does seem more hygienic. Oh, all right. Well, I hadn't thought of that. People have viruses in their hair? Oh, my God, it's everywhere. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Okay, so no more dry cut. It's got to have a wet cut. I think I'm just going to have to do it myself. I mean, it's been so long now. It seems like forever. Normally I get it cut about every 6 weeks, something like that. I mean, nobody really cares what I look like from 1 year to the next, but it's just the weight of the thing, and it's just so hot. Ugh, it's dragging me down. But if they're not going to open within a couple of weeks, then that'll be about 3 months is about a haircut. That's just too long. In all senses of the phrase, it's too long to go without a haircut. So, can you do your own hair? Is that even possible? What about thinning shears? Because that sounds like an excellent idea. Just thin it out a bit. I bet the internet knows. I'll look it up on the internet. There's probably a bot that will tell me all about it.
Affirmative.
Let's have a call in Beverley, East Yorkshire. Mike.
You?
Yes, Mike.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. I think that rather than looking back at the King's Affair and all the rest of the bits and pieces, perhaps we ought to sort of look at what will happen in the future, because the government have relaxed all the rules on people going out. Extremely confusing, depending on where you live and who you can meet, which household, and the over 70s and all the rest of it. But in a month's time, the R value is going to go over 1 again, which was more or less what Van Tam was saying today, that if everyone behaves perfectly, we might get away with it. We're opening the schools, which in Europe has put 0.2 on the R value, plus the other bits. And at best scenario, we're at 0.7, so that's going to take us over the 1. What do you think will happen? How do you think the government are going to react to the R value going over 1? Are they going to tell us to lock down again? Are people going to listen to it? What's going to happen when the R value goes over 1?
Well, we certainly do live in interesting times, don't we? What will happen when the R value goes over 1? And for those who haven't been paying attention, the R over 1 is that if it's 1, then one person gives the virus if they've got it to another person, who gives it to another person. If its value is 3, then it goes, the number of people who catch it goes up exponentially, because one person will give it to 3, and then those 3 will give it each to 3, and so on. If it's below 1, then it eventually dies out because it stops having new hosts to infect. It just doesn't seem possible that we could do this again. I mean, how could we possibly afford to lock down the entire country again? And we are such a relatively small country that if it breaks out in London, for instance, then you would assume that it will break out in Birmingham and Glasgow and Edinburgh and Newcastle and Hull and all points north, south, east and west. So they could try to lock down people locally, but that would imply the proper functioning of a test and trace system. But we ain't got that. So I've got no idea what they're going to do.
Which is what Van Tam was saying again, that you need everyone to behave perfectly and track and trace to work perfectly. But when you're looking back a bit again, they were absolutely paranoid about the NHS getting overrun, and they kept saying, we've done brilliantly. One of our main objectives was to stop the NHS getting overrun. Yes. If it does go over 1, and people don't lock down again, if they even dare try and tell us to lock down again, then the NHS is going to get overrun, and the Nightingale, which had no staff anyway, won't be of any help.
Well, the reason, I mean, to be clear,
NHS management, and they assured me that that Nightingales were not staffed and couldn't be staffed.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons that they didn't put patients into the Nightingale hospitals is because they were bristling and shiny new facilities, right enough, but they didn't have any nurses to staff them. That was the big problem with them. But specifically, in case you missed this, in case you think that the government have done tremendously well by, in the NHS coped fabulously well, it's because we don't have a health service anymore. We have a virus fighting service. All the other functions of the NHS were been parked. They ain't doing their normal stuff anymore. They're just doing the virus. To the point that I was speaking to a fellow who's quite senior in one of the biggest hospital trusts in the land. He was saying that for the last couple of weeks, it's like they've been on holiday. They've had nothing to do, just wandering around. There's empty beds everywhere, and because all other business has been postponed. That's the reason that the NHS hasn't been overwhelmed, is because we ain't got no NHS anymore.
Yeah, my wife had breast cancer, and she had she's recovered. We think, hopefully. She had her mammogram cancelled and is extremely distressed about this because she wants to go and be checked out, and all that's been cancelled, and this isn't good for. I mean, hopefully she hasn't had a recurrence of it, but her mental health is suffering because of this.
I can imagine. Well, I hope that it all works out for you and her. And thanks, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, but just on that, haven't we done well? I'll just read you this. This is from the Times. The government's scientific advisors have expressed surprise over the lack of rioting during the lockdown. This goes back to what I was saying. Haven't we done well? I'm amazed that we've done so well, that we have taken all this, to use a phrase that we're very familiar with, on the chin. The government scientific advisors have expressed surprise over the lack of rioting during the lockdown, as the number of fines related to the restrictions have dropped dramatically. I mean, do you remember the stories from March, when firearms training were cancelled, when police firearms training was cancelled? in case there were shortages of officers to react to looting and rioting that they were expecting. They were planning to stop reacting to non-emergencies, to stop working on old murder cases and become a reaction force to be crowd control. But none of that happened. We've all done very well. In a bunch of papers from the SAGE Scientific Advisory Group published just now, behavioural researchers asked why there had been no looting or rioting and whether this would change. Well, it's all down to us. Considering what's happened to our lives, I think we've reacted pretty well. If you had been asked a year ago if the entire country had had its lives taken from it, looked at mass unemployment, the worst recession in 300 years, the removal of your ability to travel, to meet friends, and so on, how we would have reacted, would you have guessed that it would have gone this well? I know I wouldn't. I mean, there's one instance that could be classified as looting during the entire lockdown, and that was some booze that was stolen from a supermarket in South London. That's it. Amazing. The paper warned that severe hardship, job losses or acute shortages of personal protective equipment could trigger wider unrest. But it didn't happen. We've been good as gold. It's amazing, really, that we've had our lives taken away from us based on questionable advice put into place by leaders who don't exactly inspire confidence. And we've all gone along with it without so much as a murmur. I'm very impressed with us. We should all be thanking ourselves for our cooperation.
Thank you.
In a separate paper, responding to a Home Office commission that said the government had expected more protests as restrictions continued, advisers said that this was unlikely as the public felt a sense of legitimacy about the lockdown. But crucially, that was written before the Dominic Cummings saga. And I don't know, but I just get the feeling that the country thought, oh, well, okay, that's the lockdown over then. Not really an angry reaction about going out, more like that chapter is over. I mean, that could be the real danger about Bozo backing Dr. Evil. I mean, it's like it's given people the idea that a line has been drawn under the lockdown and we're all off out. That certainly was what it looked like when I drove through 2 parks on the way here. And they were packed, absolutely rammed. I've never seen either park so full in my life. And no, I couldn't detect any social distancing. It's as like the virus never happened. So that could be the danger, I think, Boris and Cummings. I mean, you would think that a reportedly brilliant pair of minds like those would have thought of that. Apparently not. And what's amazing is the amount of fines that have been doled out to no noticeable complaint at all. 17,000 of them. 17,000 fixed penalty notices, and that's just in England and Wales. They was recorded by forces up to May 25th, and we heard almost nothing about them. No protests, no riots, no looting, no freaking out, no screaming and shouting. All undone by one leader's inability to do his job without his trusty henchman by his side. And now it seems like the advice is getting lost on the wind as everybody scrambles to get the last spot on the beach. Yeah, and I think the weather isn't helping in that regard. I mean, it's just fantastic, and that's the problem. I mean, if only we were having a typical British spring, and it was freezing, blooming cold and pouring down with rain, then we'd all gladly be cooped up inside. But it's almost as though the weather is creating a perfect storm by not having a storm at all. Hello, John.
Hi there. Hi.
Hello there.
Hello there. Yeah, it's all fallen apart since he decided that we don't stay at home, we stay alert. I mean, that was everybody I know lost faith in Boris Johnson because Nicola Sturgeon said no, he's an idiot, and we all agreed.
Is that what she said?
Well, yeah, well, she did. Well, what does stay alert mean? I said, well, I stay alert when I cross the road.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just you can't give weird statements like that. And I mean, I come from Bournemouth. I mean, on the Bournemouth beach, family told me there was absolutely chock-a-block. Yeah. It was absolutely chock-a-block. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, Priti Patel said, was asked by unable to a member of the public, oh yes, I'd like to ask, what about happened to Bournemouth Beach? Oh well, I'm so glad that the British public are being not good, and so she sort of then answered it by saying everyone's being really good and blah blah blah. But basically, faith was lost there, and actually now I've been given setting out numbers so you can get your haircut now. All the hairdressers are going underground, Luton, so you can get your haircut.
Wait a minute,
Yeah.
what?
I was
They're
down there.
going underground?
Yeah.
Want to short back and sides?
Well, it's a mobile hairdressers they're called, but we think we just slip down in the underground. Yeah, you can pick him up from the news agent and got a number. I've got one. So I'm not saying I'm going to get my hair cut next week, but there are a lot of people who are doing it, you see. So it's just the thing is, the only person who should be track and trace is Dominic Cummings. I mean, look, there's a loss. The problem is, it started well, but it just capitulated about 2 weeks ago.
Well, the thing about him that I just... there's many things that I can't fathom. I mean, he's supposed to be a genius, and he doesn't even realise that he is a very identifiable person. I've never seen anybody outside of Lord of the Rings look like that. I mean, we can spot you a mile away, Dominic Cummings.
I mean, flipping it, is it worth going 300 billion in debt? We're going to be, and we're normally like 50 billion it's just astronomical figures. Do we have any clue about the recession that's coming?
We do. I mean, I feel that maybe other people feel differently about this, but I feel like I'm in a bubble. It's almost like being underground in the London Underground while the Blitz is on above. Only when you come up to ground level can you see the devastation that has been caused. If you stay down underground, then you can imagine that everything is all right upstairs. But only when the smoke clears can you see what's actually happened. And we haven't come out yet. We haven't seen what's actually occurred yet.
I mean, do you remember Frankie Goes to Hollywood, and we had the nuclear war threat in '82, and it was all like, go to the back of your garden, get into your bunker, and it's just like that. It's always like, it feels like you hear the government announcement that come on LBC, stay at home, do this, do that. I'm thinking, that's not what the Prime Minister's telling me to do. He's telling me to use common sense. So everyone's just basically, but it's gone in Luton. I'm telling you, it's gone. I mean, people have already...
Common sense has left the building in Luton.
It's left. Right. But I'll tell you, the big, what we don't realise is that the big showdown's going to happen in October when the bills come in and the unemployment. I tell you, that's when Boris is going to be hit. He's going to say, "Oh dear, I've got
everything's." This is the weird thing, because it is like we're in a bubble. Everything is more or less the same, and until businesses start to open up, or more accurately, probably we get let out and they don't open up. That will be the first shock, that tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people will lose their jobs. And then businesses that do survive will open their doors and they won't have any customers because people will still be frightened of going out, or
they've got no money.
People will have less money and so on. And so it just seems so abstract. What we're being told is happening doesn't seem to be happening to us yet. But it is. It's just that we haven't seen it yet. Yeah.
It's called it's self-harm on a national level. That's what it is.
We're going to
self-harming.
According to some reports that I read, we're going to have the worst recession for 300 years.
Oh, that's a lot of years. It's going to be bad, Nick. Just stay there on LBC. You'll be in a safe job.
Right.
There's so many people phoning you to complain.
All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Francesca texts, I have nothing to declare but my genius. Do you want me to ring you up and give you an intellectual bashing up? Is that a euphemism? Tony texts, you said that we can only get cod from Iceland. That is fake news. We can also get it from all the other major food outlets. That is true, yeah. That is correct, completely, in every respect. Let's have... This is a very tough screen to operate. Crew, Adam.
Hello, Nick.
Adam.
What it is, Nick? I don't really have anything to say.
Oh, well, I certainly am glad that you called.
About the coronavirus. I just like to talk about the violence that we're seeing, and not just in America, but across the world.
Violence?
And, obviously with recent events in America, but for me, it seems to me that all forms of violence, including simulated violence, should be forbidden.
Simulated?
Yes, even simulated violence.
What does that mean?
Such as computer games. It seems to we just live in a culture where we're saturated with violent imagery.
Yeah, well, that's not exactly a new phenomenon, is it?
It's. I mean, violent computer games have only become popular within the last few decades.
Yeah, but before that there were war comics and war films, and kids used to play cowboys and Indians, and when they weren't playing doctors and nurses.
Disgusting.
But that's another issue entirely.
Yeah, but I think if you look back at some of the older culture, there always seems to be a moral message in it, and I find that's lacking now. I mean, most computer games don't have any moral message, do they?
I've got no idea. I don't play computer games. Do you?
Well, not anymore, no, because they're too violent for me. But and it seems to me that violence has become accepted and normalised.
Well, how do you think that human beings became number one on this planet? By being nice? we became number one by killing anything else that gets in our way.
Well, we are a very aggressive species. I do agree with that.
The most aggressive on Earth.
Yes.
Bar none.
Yes, but we could learn a lot. But not all humans are aggressive. Take, for instance, the Buddha. He wasn't aggressive, and a lot of the Eastern thought, such as Jainism and Hinduism, ahimsa is one of the core values of these religions. And in this country...
Please, religion has been responsible for more death and destruction than anything on Earth, bar possibly possession. Possessions.
Yes, I think perhaps you're referring to Abrahamic religion.
No, I'm not. Just religion.
Oh, right. But so you...
I mean, is there anything that has been responsible for more deaths on Earth than religion, bar possessions and land? Well, the two are the same. Possessions and land. I class them as the same. Hundreds of millions of people have died because one tribe believes in one particular invisible space wizard and another tribe believes in a different one.
Well, Buddhists don't. You're not required to believe in God if you're a Buddhist.
Right. Well, I'm certainly not going to have a conversation about who believes in what, depending on what religion they adhere to. That's not why you called, is it? To have a conversation about religion?
No.
Because I'm not remotely interested.
No, I just wanted to address the level of violence in society, and I think it's noticeably increased over the past 20 years or so.
And are you putting that down to video games?
Not just computer games, but I think it's coincided with our culture being systematically dumbed down. Because if you look at television schedules from about 30 years ago, the BBC, for example, you'll see that the Open University was being broadcast, and there was still
nobody was watching it. 0 people watched the Open University. There weren't actually. Yeah, I don't doubt it. That weren't actually taking a course because it was boring. People were watching. Oh God, I don't know, Dick Emery and Wheel Tappers and Shunters Social Club and all of that stuff, and they were getting a steady diet of racism and homophobia and misogyny and all of the rest of that stuff.
Well, I think a lot of commentators tend to focus on those very dated programmes, but they neglect to mention programmes such as I, Claudius and all the natural history
Well, we still got those. We've still got the TV's up to its eyeballs in whales and penguins.
Yes. But it is, yes. But at the same time, it's become sort of marginalised to an extent on BBC4.
Nonsense. David Attenborough is always on the telly. He's on the BBC and he's on Sky and he's here, there and everywhere, baby.
Well, and then what about foreign language films as well? You don't see them on Channel 4 anymore, or
Rubbish.
BBC2.
Of course you do. They're always on the TV, foreign language films. I'm forever taping them, but never in the mood to actually watch them. Because, you know, if I want to read, I'll buy a book.
Yeah. But whenever I put film 4 on, it's always gratuitous violence and sex. And
Why do people always twin violence and sex? What has the one got to do with the other?
Well,
you know, apart from in specific circumstances.
They're both two of the lowest appetites of human nature.
No, well, you say lowest, but without sex, you wouldn't be here. But maybe that's a good reason to ban sex. Yep, no bad about it. You know, that last bloke was right about one thing. TV has dumbed down. TV is stupid these days. And you just have to see a documentary from the 1970s to see how stupid we've become. You know, Panorama used to be a programme that was educational. It used to be on for an hour. Now it's on for half an hour. And instead of a bloke standing before the camera and just explaining complicated issues to us, it's full of people waving their arms about and running for no apparent reason whatsoever, just running from left to right or cycling around town while they're trying to explain something to you with the disco dancing music going on in the background. So that helps to let us understand what it is they're going on about. As though that is an aid to comprehension. Because they assume that we can't concentrate for more than about 10 seconds without, musical accompaniment. If you really want to see how things have changed, look at a documentary series, one of the best things I've ever seen on TV, called The Ascent of Man by Jacob Bronowski. There's no way that they would have made anything remotely like that these days. Because he just he would stand there, just speaking at, off the top of his head, it seemed like, for what appears an age. It was just not possible these days. It would have made him into a cartoon character and blasted our eyes with furious acid colours. To distract us from the fact that this is actually an educational programme. But so he was right about that, if for little else. Maidstone. Hello, Joan.
Hello there.
Hello there.
I can remember the Ascent of Man, and I'm afraid man's gone down rather.
Yes.
Anyway.
We peaked. That's right.
Anyway, I've got several points. I'll try and make them nice and quick. First of all, a brilliant chap that we thought, the aide was, wouldn't put a child in a car with a woman who is supposed to have this virus and take him away for several hours and all this sort of stuff. We banned smoking in cars because we were frightened for our children. And this man more or less trapped his kiddie in a car. Yes. How can he say he did it for his child? Another thing is that through him we've had almost 40,000 people die in 3 months, Nick. Nearly 40,000 people getting on that way.
Yeah, well, we can't actually lay all of that at his door, but it does seem to be true that we have fared particularly badly at this under his watch.
I don't want him anymore to be captain of my ship. I really don't. It's like the Titanic heading for the rocks and everybody saying, warning, warning, like your thing goes there. And we're heading for the great disaster. And we thought that, this chap was a brain on sticks, as it were. He isn't anything of the sort. When we heard about this business of testing his eyes out and all that crazy stuff. Now, as regards, the information that's been put out, I notice Hammond never says about all those people who've got out there sewing machines and making PPEs to fill in the gaps. hundreds of them up and down the country. He just says, we're with the commissions he's got and all this, that, and the other, he's doing it. It's all lies, Nick, and it makes me so blooming angry.
I think they're in the of course, there's a very bizarre echo on this line. I'm hearing myself back about a second after I'm saying things. It's frying my brain, Joan. So I think I'm going to have to say goodbye. But was there anything else you wanted to say?
Yes, just one last point. You were saying about the, this country being sort of taking it and all this and the other. We had a decent prime minister and people could believe what was happening. We did it in the war. People had, for 6 years, they'd split up with their families and faced all the stuff, and we got through it. This is what's needed. The British people can get through it, but they've got to have somebody who won't lie to them, won't confuse them, won't mess them about. They need the truth.
Well, at this time, it's really important that we have faith in our leader, and I'm not sure that's whether we have let's just say we don't have as much faith as we used to. Yeah, I'm going to have to go, Joan, because there's something very weird happening on that line, but thanks for that. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Terry texts, first chance I get, I'm flying out of the country to get a haircut. The isolation on my return will be worth it. Yeah, but by the time you get out of the isolation, you'll need a haircut again. Stephen says, I was so sick of my hair, I thought I would shave it. I decided on a 5, which was not too short, or so I thought. My wife did it for me, but she set it to a 0.5. So now I look like a convict. Big mistake, says Stephen. Can I recommend a beanie hat? It seems to be the very thing these days. Islington, Adam.
Hi, good evening.
Adam.
How are you, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Before I make my point, just want to say thank you. You've kept me entertained and kept sane during this lockdown period.
Well, thank you for saying thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So I wanted to give you some reassurance. I've got very stylish hair. I like to look good whenever I go out, and yeah. And
well, what do you mean style? What's stylish hair look like?
So with my hair, it's very adaptable. It just looks very stylish. Like if you see me, you will say, "Wow."
I say, "Wow, groovy." That is one stylish dude.
Yowza.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it was really concerning for me with this lockdown because I get weekly salon shave and I get my weekly blow dry to look amazing. And I thought, oh my gosh, what am I going to do now that we're in lockdown, right?
Yeah, when you say shave, do you mean your face or your hair or your head?
No, my salon shave and my face. So
Right.
I go to a place where they put fire on the skin and lemon and all of that.
Wait, back up. They put fire on your skin?
Yeah, it's Turkish style. If you ever want to get groomed, go to a Turkish guy. They know how to groom you.
They'll set fire to your face?
They will, but they do it quick.
Oh, well, that's all right then.
They do it quick.
Why do they
So
set
then
fire to your face?
Because of microgranules of hair that they need to get rid of on the ears, on the inner part of the ears.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Right. Oh, okay. But, okay, so how do they apply the flame? What is it, like a Bunsen burner?
No, but kind of. So think of a larger earbud and douse in alcohol.
Right.
And then they light that, and then he flashes it on your face.
Okay. That sounds terrible.
It's the finish is incredible.
Right.
But what I wanted to give you reassurance, I did it. I shaved my hair today, and I freaked out because I'm not one of those people who thinks cutting hair is simple. I think there is a lot of skill attached to it, right?
It's an amazingly long period of apprenticeship to be a hair cutting person, isn't it?
That's
It's
right.
years.
Yeah, but the good thing about men, whether you cut a man's hair bad or not, they'll always give you that nod of, yeah, fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Well, we don't want to draw attention to ourselves any more than we are already being attended to. We just want to mumble our excuses and leave as quickly as possible, and then complain about it afterwards.
True, but because I like my stylish hair, I will make a point if I don't like it. But that's me. But I want to give you some reassurance. If you wanted to play safe,
Yeah.
What you need to do is go for 12 millimeters, which is 1/2 inch, and that will definitely give you no skinhead. It will give you like I'm trying to think which person celebrity-wise I think. If you think of just your index finger and where you have the lines between your index fingers, right?
Yeah.
So if you half that index finger, or the segments, we've got 3 segments in a finger, right? So I'm just trying to help you understand.
Yes. I know what a 1/2 inch looks like.
Yeah.
If that's what you're trying to describe to me.
So I've done it, and I'm all right. I'm coping. So.
But do you look stylish anymore? No.
It doesn't look as stylish as I usually do.
Mm-hmm.
But the good news is when the stylist opens again in a month, my hair will be long enough to be styled again.
Right. Can I recommend products? You'd look fantastic with products all over you.
Yes, absolutely. It's really important. But for me, I don't put alcoholic products. I use stuff.
Yeah, well,
protein.
particularly with a guy coming at you with a naked flame. That'd be a really bad idea. How much does this service cost, by the way?
It depends where you go. So with Turkish people, they work quite cheaply, so it's not that much. So my blow dry is £20 a week.
Wait a minute. Just to get your hair blow dried, £20?
Yeah, that's cheap.
What?
That's cheap. Women pay up to £50-60.
Well, women are crazy.
Yeah.
I think you'll find that's true. That's insane. That's without even having it cut. That's just a bloke coming at you with a hairdryer.
But you look so good afterwards. That's the thing. If they do it right.
You know what, Adam? I wouldn't. I'd still look like me. That's the unfortunate part. So I'm just going to do it myself. Forget about it. I'll blow my own hair dry. I'll just leave it wet and it'll dry of its own accord. How does that sound?
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
Why not?
Well, exactly right. Okay.
Boys?
Margaret emails referencing a call that I had some while ago. Brian is 100% correct, says Margaret. Boris and Trump are the most powerful in the world, and you can't accept it, she says. Well, it depends what you mean by accept. I believe that it's true, but I do not accept it. I don't accept that it's correct, but I do believe that it's true. And the reason that they are the most powerful in the world is because of a subset of the population.
I love the poorly educated.
In a nutshell. Steve says, please ask Mrs. Bryan to call in and tell us what it's like to live with him if you dare. Well, she has my sympathy. James tweets, please, please, please stop using the buzzer. My dogs are barking, thinking somebody is at the door. Stupid dogs. No one is at the door. John says, this American business, riots, soldiers and a mad president. Ever seen the movie The Dead Zone with Chris Walken? No, I haven't. Martin Sheen played a mad narcissist president who launches the nukes. In this instance, the U.S. Secret Service will have to wrestle Trump to the ground and put him in a straitjacket to keep him away from the red button. Only in this instance, the red button is Twitter. Well, I keep saying it. There's a film called Idiocracy, which used to be a comedy about the future, and now it's a documentary about the president. The president. Well, actually, yeah. The present president.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah. Here is Southall Munesh.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a couple of points. The first one being that having this easement of lockdown, I think what we have here is an issue where he's not listening to scientific advice at all, because at the end of the day, on the one side it's contradictory. On the one side he's saying that he accepts the 14 to 21 day gap period between infection and detection of infection, and that can be applied to people coming to the country. But having said that, he's saying about the R values and just relating on the R values. So if there's a second spike after his easement of lockdowns, he's relying on old data. So therefore, it will take another 14 to 21 days to figure out exactly how many people have been spiked up and infected and died. So I think this is very dangerous here.
Well, the thing with using scientists as a deflector shield to hide behind, to avoid criticism of any of the decisions that they make, is that there is really no such thing as the science. The science is not decided on this because it's all brand new. We don't even know if you can get it twice yet. We really don't know anything about it. It's too fresh a problem. So the science is not a thing yet. There's many sciences.
I kind of agree, but then how can you use that to one part of the rule to say, okay, we're going to quarantine you for 14 days if you come across because we're using scientific data. And on the other side, you're not using it to lock down. I think there's going to be an exponential growth of people having this virus if we don't take care of this in the needful and thoughtful way.
But there's three things that are happening here. Now, we can ignore everything and just go on what medical scientists say would be the best way, but that would be to ignore the social consequences of people being locked up, people having their future hopes and dreams taken away from them, and all the consequences of that, the actual social element of it. And the third, of course, is the economic element, which cannot be ignored because that also has consequences. I mean, the last 10 years we had austerity, and that led to, I can't remember what, I read a report that said it led to tens of thousands of extra deaths because of the consequences of poverty and the lack of care that people were requiring, and the diminution of the NHS and so on. So it's not just that we can save lives over here if we lock everybody down, because by doing that you will also lose lives in other ways. So you have to think of all three things, really: the medical, the social, and the economic.
I totally understand that, because I'm actually a businessman. My business has been locked down, so I'm one of those ones that are suffering. I'm the person that wants nothing more than things to get back to normality. But it doesn't help the fact that, he's protecting someone like Cummings. And on the Cummings issue, I've got an idea. I can give you an assurity that if he listens to my theory now, we can put this down and put it behind us. The problem is, Boris, being the bozo that he is, has tried to get rid of this and say, right, I want to move on from Cummins and I want to do track and trace. Herein lies the imparity in all this. How can you move on? Because you need to move backwards. When you talk about track and trace, Dominic Cummings is the first person who should be tracked and traced. Figure out where he is. What did he do? Where was he? Yeah, and all this stuff doesn't make sense. There's so many holes in his theory that even if you have 5 fire engines pouring water into his truck, the water's going to just come down. There's nothing in there that justifies an element of truth.
But you know what? He's not going to change his mind. Too much loss of face. It's essentially closed as far as he is concerned. He can't tell us not to think about it or to move on, but we'll decide when to do that ourselves. And he is losing political capital by doing this. But the problem with track and trace, of course, is that it depends on a highly complex computer system. And when has any government in this country ever successfully launched a highly complicated computer system?
Well, he calls it a world-class system that we have. But a world-class system can't even trace Dominic Cummings. Right. Now, all it takes is a bank statement from him to demonstrate.
All right. Yeah, okay, I get it. Well, you're wasting your breath. They've decided already. Too much loss of face to change his mind now. I'm absolutely certain that Dominic Cummings will go sooner rather than later, but not at a time of his choosing, rather than it appears as though we've driven him out. I mean, there's just too many people from his own backbenches who are harumphing. And Boris Johnson will know that it doesn't really matter what kind of election performance you have just delivered. The harumphers on the backbenches will boot him out if he appears to be an impediment to their continued success. Because if there's one thing that the right are absolutely adamant about, it's maintaining power. And if it looks as though he is acting in a way that may presage danger in that regard, then they'll defenestrate him. Don't worry about it. Thanks a lot, Manesh. David emails, Durham police are taking no action against DC, but they are about to release a TikTok video with a dance routine set to Springsteen's Drive All Night. TikTok. I mean, I've seen videos of people doing TikTok things on, like, the Daily Mail website, but I haven't been to the actual TikTok site itself. So I have no idea what I'm talking about in this regard, but it doesn't prevent me from having a strong opinion. You're wasting your time, people. I mean, good grief. Twitter is a waste of time. Facebook is a giant waste of time. Pretty much everything on the internet outside of Pussycat and Puppy Dog videos is a waste of time. They're cute. We like those. They make you feel better. But everything else, I mean, God, you turn on Twitter in the morning and I think I say to myself, well, I'll just, stroll through the very, very few people, mostly institutions that I follow, and, see what Kew Gardens has tweeted. Pretty flowers. Oh, look. Lovely flowers. And I think I'll be very, very quick, and I'll only spend, 10 minutes on this site. 3 hours later, I'm still on it, achieving nothing. Except getting irritated by the world's most powerful man acting like a child.
Oh, shut up!
Yes, Donny, that's you. You are totally out of control.
It has gotten totally out of control.
He's not a nice person.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
I thought that he was going to start a war in order to ensure his re-election. I just didn't think he was going to start a war with America.
I'll bring us into war.
That's the surprising part to me. Not that he started a war, but he started a war with his own country. But yeah, the TikTok thing. Like that. I mean, come on, kids. Have you ever considered reading a book?
No.
Of course not. I feel foolish for even mentioning it. Trevor emails, we could eat fish for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Perhaps we could make fish cars. What does that mean? George emails, shave it all off, start again, bald is beautiful, wear a hat, feel the rain on your pate. Oh, the rain on the top of your head. Yeah.
Tell me that this is your act?
How Donald Trump's fans can believe his tough guy act, I just have no idea. His drooling yeehaw fans, the dingaling people. Those. Mr. Bone Spurs. That guy. Such a tough guy. How they buy into all that is just it's just beyond me. But I'll just add it to the things that are beyond me. I don't get people anymore. Adam emails, you can pay a barber to give you a tutorial over Zoom to guide you to cut your own hair. All you need are scissors, an electric razor and a mirror. Good luck. What do you mean? What do you mean, good luck? Why do I need luck? I don't do Zoom. I don't even know what it is. Well, I know what it is, but I don't know how to get it. How do you get Zoom? Don't tell me. David emails, I blame Back to the Future for what's going on in America. It's just like in the film. Correct, Amundo. Yeah, it is just like in the film. Yeah, the American people have voted for Biff Tanner.
Oh, shut up!
It's true. It's only a specific demographic of the American people.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, those people. The yeehaws. Max says, I'm taking a moment out of my video game in which I decapitate zombies to tell you that the caller bemoaning violent video games is talking rubbish. And if he has a problem with that, I'll have him, says Max. That's an excellent point, well made there, Max. Let's have a call in Ladbroke Grove. David.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Do you know, I've actually nearly forgotten what I was going to talk about. Hair rollers in the ears and everything.
Yeah.
The best haircut I've had in the last 3 months by myself, and it's the £10.98 one. I can't tell you what establishment it's from, but a well-known one. And normally to just about do your own hair.
£10.98?
Yes.
£10.98?
And I got it 3 years ago, and there's only like 2 tooths left on it, and I still managed to go inside, outside, without knowing.
Oh, wait. You're talking about something you, like a razor that you bought, clippers. Is that what you're talking about? No, okay, so I thought you meant that you had paid somebody £10.98 to cut your hair.
No,
It just seemed like a
because-
weird price.
Because out of laziness, I got this out of the drawer. Out of laziness, I would, not all the time, go to hairdressers, and they've never, ever been able to do the haircut I want myself. I always get it better myself. I have to go home and finish it off.
Well, what does it look like?
I'm not good at all these, what you call these, sending pictures and all that. But
No, I don't want you to send me a picture. In fact, I'm begging you not to send me a picture.
But what was I reading about? Just a minute now. No, but I was talking about because it's gone from this.
I know. This show just goes here, there, and everywhere, baby.
No, it's gone from hair curlers in ears,
Yeah,
to astronomical stuff.
Mhm.
And I just told your representative, or is he your producer, or
my
researcher?
my glamorous assistant. Yeah.
Life has gotten so bad. I've banged down Rubik's Cube down to 23 seconds, and that is sad.
You can do
And
a
I still
Rubik's
have
Cube in 23 seconds.
I bashed it down for that, and no porkies. I only tell the truth, and there's plenty of people around Ladbroke Grove know that's the truth. There's earned me a lot of money in the past.
There's
But I'm waiting for
plenty of people in Ladbroke Grove that know that you can do the Rubik's Cube in 20 seconds. I doubt it.
No, 23, yes, they are.
Right.
A guy gave me, an oligarch guy, I couldn't believe it. One day I was in Avondale Park where I used to work. I was a bit knackered. I'd just come back from Ireland. I had like 4.5 stone on my back of front room, back room. I couldn't believe the guy. I couldn't believe it.
I've got no idea what you're talking about anymore. What's front room, back room?
In a rucksack. I went to Ireland. I thought I'll start a new life, and I had to come back with my tail between my legs.
Right.
But what am I going to talk about?
Well, if you can't make it there, then you can't make it anywhere, I guess.
I used to when I was younger, but I'm getting a bit old in the tooth. Or, well, maybe not the 2 teeth that's left on the hair clippers, but this Colombo virus, Caringo virus, Calypso virus, whatever you want to call it, it's always been here since the beginning of time.
What makes you say that? I mean, I know I'm going to regret asking this, but what makes you say that?
It's always been here, just like nothing in this world or universe is unnatural or actually perfectly natural. It's always been here. You know, human beings, sadly or happily, feels like when you hear these so-called experts talking, oh, this, that, we're going to defeat this, defeat that, this, that, the other. They haven't put vertices to the maths for a start.
Okay, well, this conversation is getting more and more confusing, but I do wish you all the best with your Rubik's Cube. Okay, thanks a lot, mate. Does anybody have any idea what that was about?
No.
But he did use the word vertices, which is an immediate dismissal offence. This is alarming. Check this out. Top scientists say social distancing cannot go away until the coronavirus can be wiped out, vaccinated against, or cured. Social distancing is here to stay until the virus can be wiped out, vaccinated against, or cured. Government advisors regularly remind the public that social distancing is here to stay, but SAGE documents ram home how indispensable it is in the long term. I don't think that people really get this yet. We're assuming that this is going to be solved sooner rather than later. In fact, we're a little surprised that it's taken so long. It might never go away. Even a highly effective test and trace system, which has 100% compliance from the public, would not be enough to keep the R rate below 1 on its own, SAGE has warned. And the R rate is, again, the number of people that you pass it on to if you have this disease. The group said that people must make long-term reductions to the number of people they meet up with outside of work and change how they do so. Well, I don't think that that's going to happen, do you? I mean, we've been very good so far, but a couple of months may be our limit. It certainly looked that way when I drove through those parks in London today. Packed they were, absolutely rammed. I've never seen parks so busy that didn't have a concert at the end of it. Rules expected to continue into the long term. could include keeping distance from other people, currently 2 metres, and not having physical contact with people from outside your household. But what about people having, personal interface with each other?
Disgusting.
I mean, that urge to merge hasn't gone away, has it? How long do the authorities think that, especially young people, are going to keep the abstinence up? I mean, it's not like the current leader is a stranger to his parts running his brain. Ain't that right, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And one of the only ways to get rid of the distancing measures, they say, without a vaccine or a cure, could be to try to develop herd immunity, Sage was told. And we've been down that road before. And we freaked out and decided to reverse, to take another route. And the lockdown was specifically to avoid that. Herd immunity. Tens of thousands of people dying. We're not wholly successful, it has to be said, but that was the idea. And that depended on not being able to catch it twice. And we still don't know whether that's the case. Wouldn't that be disappointing if we went through all of that and we still might get it twice? So assuming we aren't going down the herd immunity route, that means we will have to keep up social distancing until a vaccine is found. And that might be never. So we can pencil in never for restarting what's left of our lives. Ain't that great?
Oh, fabulous.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Here is Exeter. Jamie. Yes, Jamie.
Hi, love the show.
Thanks.
Although you do get some very interesting calling.
Yeah. Interesting callers. Yeah, that's right.
So, I just want to say, today we had the Deputy Chief Medical Officer saying it's too soon to break the lockdown. We've had people from the SAGE group, both the government SAGE and the non-government SAGE, saying it's too soon. Why aren't people taking this seriously? You have the daily briefings and they're saying, oh, well, next week we'll do this, we'll do that, blah, blah, blah. People, as soon as they hear it, then go and say, oh, well, it's going to happen on Monday, so we might as well do it this Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. That seems to be a fault in the messaging. To me, I mean, if you're going to tell people who've been stuck inside for 2 months that they will be able to go out on Wednesday, then people are going to wait till Wednesday, are they?
No, of course not, and I understand that. But the message is wrong. The whole message is wrong. The government is playing with us.
Well, I'm not sure that's right, because, again, you can't only deal with this as a medical problem. It's also a social and an economic problem. You can't ignore that.
Absolutely. And there are people suffering economically.
Just wait. It hasn't really happened yet.
No, of course not. You've got people, self-employed people, you've got, sole traders and whatever. They're suffering because they've got nothing. Or very little. But the trouble is, the government are teasing us all the time, saying, well, we can do this, we can do that, and it'll happen next week or, the week after, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think their intention is to tease us. I think that perhaps they are telling us that this is not going to be forever. We will be able to get out of it. Steel yourself. There's only a little bit more to go until we can all come out to play. But really, nothing will have changed by that point. We won't have a cure. We won't have a vaccine. This test and trace thing seems to be failing at the first hurdle. So when they do say the shops can open, the pubs can open, you can go to a restaurant and all of that stuff, you can go to the gym and blah, 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 then nothing will have changed. That's the problem, is we will have gone through 2 months, 3 months, whatever, of lockdown, but the actual circumstances of what it is that we're facing will be the same.
I know. The trouble is, people are being left out. As in, normal, day-to-day people are being left out. I live in the southwest. I live in Exeter. Our R rate is 0.9, and that was published today.
Yeah.
Okay? There are photos from the centre of Exeter, down on the quay. There are hundreds of people there. There are people in Durdledore or in Dorset. There are thousands of people there where they had to have 2 helicopters land.
Yeah, and they crammed them all together on a beach. Yeah.
People just don't seem to realise the significance of, whether it's stay at home, stay alert, whatever you want to call it.
I'm not sure that's true. I think that we have behaved incredibly well.
We have, yes. I haven't left this house apart from to do my shopping for 3 kids and my wife.
Yeah.
But it's all being played to us. They started with the science. We're trusting the science, in inverted commas.
Well, there isn't any the science. There are many different scientific opinions.
Exactly. So we'll give them, we can throw them under the bus.
Well, I'm sure that one of the reasons they didn't want us to know who the scientists were that they kept quoting was that we couldn't actually quiz these scientists personally to ask them what it is that they actually think. Because these are political decisions that they're making. I mean, they can be informed by experts. I mean, let's hope that that's what's happening. But the truth of it is that these are political decisions that are being made based on, let's just assume they have their best interests at heart. I mean, it would be a pretty hard-hearted person who would think that they're actually trying to do us harm. Of course they're not. They're trying to get the best result possible. So they're having to juggle the 3 different things at the same time: the medical, the social, and the economic, which is an incredibly difficult thing because each thing is pulling in opposite directions.
Yeah, but they're looking after themselves.
Well, I don't think that is their initial...
no, it might not be their initial...
But it's... Yes, that's bound to be the case because everybody's looking after themselves. I mean, that's
but we don't have millions of pounds in the bank, and we don't have lots of money invested in plenty of companies that will help make sure we have money to spare in the next 5 years' time.
Well, there's many things that we could do in order to make our lives economically better, and one of them would be to stop buying stuff that we don't need with money we haven't got from online internet giants who don't pay tax in this country.
Agree. Yeah. Totally agree. I grew up with my grandmother who said to me, if you can't afford it, you don't pay for it.
Yeah, but what a revolutionary concept. Here, listen, I've got to go because I'm past the break, but this email says, it's so strange that the only way I can listen to the daily briefings anymore is by singing along to Paddy McGuinness in Is This the Way to Barnard Castle? James says, I cut my own hair. It looks like a moth-eaten rag. And Scott says, I take umbrage with the caller that suggests that video games contain no moral message. I'm a person who plays video games regularly, and a lot of them contain better production values and narratives than most films that carry strong contemporary themes and moral values in their storytelling. Also, the video game industry earns more for the UK economy than the fishing industry, so there. Yeah, way more, I think. Yeah, it's an industry that is alien to me. I have no idea. I wouldn't even know how to start a video game, let alone play one. But yeah, they're making a ton of cash. It's amazing how much money those video games make. We're talking billions and billions of pounds. I don't know if that's true, but even if it isn't true, it doesn't mean it's not a fact. Hornchurch. Kaz.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Kaz.
Yeah, how are you? I wanted to talk about the launch of SpaceX.
Yeah.
Bit of a waste of time and money, do you think?
I don't know what it is that they're going to do. What are they going to do?
Well, there's nothing going up there. There's nothing to do in space, really. It's just all about egos. And it's impossible to social distance on a space shuttle.
Well, that's true, yeah. Let's assume that they've been through rigorous testing.
We assume so, yeah. I mean, I think the Cold War brought about all this space expeditions and competitions between, Sputnik and all that. But I just don't see what the point is at the moment. And it's just to boost egos, I think. And I I can't believe that they're making a big fuss over it at this time.
Yes, I don't really understand why they're... but probably because of just my endless capacity for being ignorant. But I've got no idea what it is they're doing up there on the International Space Station. What are they doing?
Well, lots of really clever people. And I saw how they make the suits. It's just in such a clinical environment. It just costs so much money.
Yeah.
I mean, billions and billions of, dollars or what have you. I just don't know why they're making a big fuss anyway. And I just wanted to...
Well, that's you and me both. I've got no idea what they're doing up there. What are they doing up there? I think they're growing mushrooms in space, aren't they? Yeah, mushrooms in space. Yowza. Yeah. Other than that, I've got no clue.
Yeah, so anyway, so there we go, Nick. Nice show as usual.
All right, thanks a lot, Kaz. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. And texts, please say hello to my mate Daryl, who listens to you every weekend in Sydney, Australia. To get a good signal, he has to stand on his head. Jessica says, well, I guess I'll be single forever, doing nails through my letterbox and hoarding toilet roll. Well, that sounds like a plan, Jessica. I'll say it again. Nail technicians, you don't need to wait for your salon to open again. Just to get yourself over to your client's front door and get them to put their hands through the letterbox. Problem solved. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Let's have a call in... Who's been waiting the longest? Greenford. Will.
Hello.
Yes, Will.
Well, what do you think about HS2 then?
Oh, God, what a waste of money. We're surely not going to continue with that. Please tell me we're not going to continue with that.
Well, how do we get rid of it then?
Just don't do it.
Well, you've got to tell someone.
I am telling someone. This is me telling somebody.
Well,
Cancel HS2. We can't afford it, plus we don't need it. But the whole basis of HS2 is to allow business persons to go between the two major cities in the country more quickly. Completely unnecessary now because everybody's going to be working from home. Your clientele base isn't there anymore. Stop HS2. Plus, stop the replacement of Trident. We don't need that either. No one's going to have a nuclear war.
So why don't we all get together in the country and say stop HS2?
Right. Okay, well, I'm with you. We'll have a march, but as long as we don't actually, get anywhere near each other.
No, don't march. Just shout it out in your radio.
Well, I want you to go over to your window, throw open your window and shout, I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore.
And don't please play all them silly tunes again.
I absolutely won't.
I'm taking you off the air. I think you're having a breakdown.
No silly tunes here. None whatsoever. You won't hear a single one of them. 0345 6060 973. That guy thinks this is a request show. This is not a request show. We don't need your votes. This is a dictatorship, this programme. Seven Oaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. Talking about dictatorship, do you think it's a coincidence that the Beijing government has torn up the Hong Kong Treaty a few weeks after we left the world's biggest trading bloc?
I don't think that they're really concerned one way or the other. What we do, this piddling little country, is so small on their horizons. They're not remotely interested, I wouldn't think. We will continue to buy our stuff from them regardless. We're addicted to that cheap Chinese stuff.
But if we were still part of the EU, it wouldn't be just this country that have to worry about.
Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's happened is essentially a humiliation. And I think it's one that the
but it's not a humiliation addressed at us. It's them taking the golden jewel that is Hong Kong back into the fold.
It's a humiliation because they're breaking the treaty with us.
Well,
and they're breaking their agreement, and that is what the Brexiteers thought shouldn't happen to a great country.
Honestly, how was it ever ours?
Sorry?
How was it ever ours? All of these tiny little outposts dotted around the world that we planted our flag on as though they're ours. How are they ours?
I don't think that's relevant for the following reason. The purpose of the Hong Kong Treaty was not to benefit us, it was to benefit the residents of Hong Kong.
Yes.
So it's not as if we are getting something for our property, if you see what I mean. But the Beijing government promised that they would treat the Hong Kong people in a certain way, a way that the Hong Kong people wanted to be treated themselves.
Right.
And they agreed with us that they would do that, and they've broken that promise to
dear.
us.
Well, what are we going to do? War. It's war.
Well, the things... I mean, what Dominic Raab has done is threatened to offer citizenship to people, which is ridiculous, because each country shouldn't have to worry about what some other country says about who they want to be citizens. No, I mean, with the retaliation for this is sanctions,
please, we can barely afford to just stumble along as it is without picking an economic fight with China.
Well, China can't afford to pick an economic fight with the EU either.
Well, I think if it came down to it, China would win, just like China will win an economic fight with America.
China is a lot smaller than America and the EU combined, and China is...
Yeah, but the EU is not going to combine with America.
Against China, with this sort of behaviour, I think there's a chance that it will, and that Beijing will not want to risk it.
Well, what do you expect? This is not a conversation I actually want to have, but what do you expect is going to happen? That we're going to stop buying our stuff from China? That's where everything gets made, China.
I think that if the EU and the United States tell China to stop behaving like this, it will stop, because it's too much of a risk to China.
Right.
It's just not worth it.
I think you're dreaming.
Extremely well.
You bet your life it is. Timothy emails, did you see the Supreme Leader and his... Did you see the Supreme Leader and his Vice President watching the SpaceX launch? No, I didn't. But I can imagine he took full credit for it. Nobody knew how big space was before I went into space and I conquered space. So we've won space, and people say to me, sir, they say, how have you done so fantastically well in space? I say, thank you. It's huge. Coty tweets, the SpaceX is the first step to the moon and then Mars, and costing far less than a NASA launch. Yeah, well, who cares? Mars. Who cares about Mars? There's nothing there. Can we fix the problems on this planet before screwing up another one? Mark tweets, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer's parents missed a trick there. Instead of Claude, they gave him the middle name of Stafford. Jean-Claude Van Damme sounds way more no messing. No messing. Belsize Park. Hello, Judy.
Hello.
Judy.
I thought I'd ring because you mentioned a friend of yours who's a doctor who said it wouldn't be possible to do the test himself.
Yeah.
The COVID test.
Yes, the swab test.
I spoke to you, the swab, and I spoke to you about somebody I know very well who had it done at a hospital and thought it was going to come out through the top of her head. But they sent me an invitation to participate in a COVID-19 testing research study, so I thought, well, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And I had to go online and log in. They gave me a code number, and they said, sorry, it's a bit long-winded, all this, but anyway, they sent me a test kit.
Yeah.
And I had to book for it to be collected before I did the test, so they said, yep, they'll come the next day.
Right.
And I attempted to do this test. And I know you don't like hearing about things.
Oh, no. Here we go. Oh, no, she's going to get medical now.
No, but I'll tell you as much or as little as you want. But
well, tell us what the test kit looks like.
It was had a flat box that you had to assemble yourself, and then it had...
Wait, what? Yeah, but it was an assemble. You
assembled this little box to put it back into, and then there was a package with the swab in it. It was all very clean.
How long is the swab?
The swab, well, you break it off at the end, but it was about 7 inches.
Right.
Maybe a little bit more.
And what were the instructions that came with it? Tell us what they were.
There's a complete booklet, so I can't read you all that, but it did say about washing your hands and all of that, and it told you exactly what was in the box, and there was a special biohazard bag to put it in. Anyway, I got this swab out, and I'll just read you the little bit about the throat swab.
Yeah.
And it says, holding the swab in your hand, open your mouth and gently rub the swab over both tonsils
Ew.
and the back of your throat for 10 seconds. Using a mirror may help you do this. Well, the minute I put that thing to the very, very back of my throat, and they say you mustn't touch your teeth or the inside of your cheeks or anything, I just thought, I'm sorry, I'm going to be sick. Because have you ever, not that you would be in the habit of touching your tonsils, but you can't, anyway, I did as best I could, but I don't think I got anywhere near my tonsils, and I could not certainly last out for a count of 10 seconds. And then it said, take the same swab and stick it up your nose.
What? The same one?
Disgusting.
Oh, that's horrible. So, of course, you don't want to get that the other way around.
No. And also, sorry, I forgot, it did say blow your nose before you start the whole thing.
Oh, please.
So then I took that same swab and stuck it up my nose.
Yeah.
And it said, put the same end of the swab gently into each of your nostrils, about 1 inch, 2.5 centimetres, or until you feel some resistance.
Oh.
So I couldn't, because it hurts. And I thought, if I keep sticking this up,
Yeah.
my nose is going to start bleeding.
Well,
And then
you'll puncture your brain.
Well, it said rotate the swab for 10 to 15 seconds.
What?
And slowly remove it. Well, I'm sure I didn't go far enough up my nose. I'm sorry, this sounds so revolting. And then you stick the swab back into this tube.
Yeah.
And you snap it. There's a little kind of line across where it's been partly severed. So you snap it, so you're not putting the bit that you've been holding back into the tube.
Right. Well, what if it snapped off while it was up your nose?
Luckily it didn't. So and then you put the top on the little tube, and then you have a label that you stick on the tube, and then you put the tube into this special bag.
And then you throw it away because it's completely useless because you've done it all wrong.
Well, I don't know. And then I put did all the labelling, put it into the box, sealed it all up, and then I had to put it in the fridge. So I suppose that makes sense because it's got to be kept cool.
I suppose so.
And then a couple of hours later, a gentleman rang the doorbell, and I'm in lockdown or lock-up or lock-in. And so I called through the door, and he said he had left a box on the doorstep for me.
Yeah.
And then he retreated to the bottom of the steps. I opened the door. I put my box from the fridge into a plastic bag that was contained...
What a palaver.
Well, the bag then went into a big kind of carrier box that he had.
Yeah.
And we both waved bye-bye, and I went back in and shut the door, and he came back up the steps and picked up the box, it was like a crate, and took it off with him.
And you hugged yourself in a corner and just moaned piteously to yourself.
Stop whining. I haven't heard a word since.
Oh, really?
No. So
when was that then? When did you send it off?
This was Wednesday morning, but then I had to go to the computer and log in to say that I had done it and fill in a questionnaire. And the questionnaire took me nearly an hour. I mean, I didn't mind.
What?
Well, maybe I'm a bit slow, but it was all these, on a scale of 1 to 10, and how did this go? And it asked a lot about me personally, about my own medical condition.
Which was fine until you started sticking foreign objects in your face.
But maybe I wasn't very good at doing the test, but it took me nearly an hour to do that.
God. And how much do you get paid for this?
All right, I'm doing it for the good of the people. Right.
Well, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes.
But I don't think I did it properly.
Well, it doesn't sound like it, no.
Because I just couldn't. And as your doctor friend said, and as the person that I know who had it done at a hospital, they thought it was absolutely hideous.
Yeah, it's awful. That's what I hear over and over again. It's terrible. It's not something you can really do to yourself unless you really like pain. He said to me,
instructions.
yeah, well, the instructions that he said was that you're told to stick it in the back of somebody's throat until they gag twice, and then stick it up their nose until their eyes water. Who's going to do that to themselves?
Well, in this booklet, it actually says if you're taking it from a child, then you do. You know, if they obviously ask for some children to be doing it as well, so that it tells you how to do it for another person.
Right.
But anyway, I did mine as service to the country. And then I went back to my lock-in where I've been since the middle of March.
Yeah. Wow. Well, on behalf of the rest of the human race, I'd like to say we're very, very grateful. Actually, we're not. We couldn't care less one way or the other. That's the awful part of it. It's been a complete waste of your time.
Well, I'm hoping that I actually might come back saying I've either got it or I've had it, because I feel completely fine, so that would be really lovely.
Well, I think these tests have now, how did he put it? He said they have a false... If it says that you've got it, then you can pretty much be sure that you got it. If it says you haven't got it, then there's quite a significant false negative.
Yes. There will be for mine, because I don't think I did it properly. I mean, I'd be terrified if it comes back saying I have got it.
Yeah.
I know it sounds weird, but I'd actually probably prefer it.
Well, I'd like to know whether I've had it or not. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to know that I've had it. I mean, wouldn't that be great? It'd be, assuming that there is some sort of immunity that comes with having had it. I'd love to know that I've had it already. I suspect that I have, because I felt a bit weird. And something like 7 out of 10 people who found to have had it had no symptoms, is what I read today. 7 out of 10.
Well, why don't you volunteer to do this test? And then it might tell you if you've had it.
Judy, for the all of the above reasons, I'm not going to volunteer to have this test. It's a no from me. And furthermore... No. Alini texts, thank God somebody spelled it out, talking about England being humiliated by the Chinese. It must have been humiliating for the Chinese to lose Hong Kong to the English. James says, what's it take to get a script read out on the show now? What bribe level are we at? What level of stuffed envelope? What are you talking about? What script? You presented me with a script? Dan says, can you... What did that mean, by the way? What does it take to get a script read out? What script are you talking about, man? Dan says, can you blame the astronauts on SpaceX for wanting to leave the planet right now? No. I'd in their shoes, I would want to see the back of this planet too. Because from a distance, this planet looks so peaceful. It's just the closer you get, the less peaceful it looks. 0345 6060 973, Golders Green, Joshua.
Hello, Nick.
Joshua.
Yeah, I've got a few things to say. The first is, I find it really shocking and upsetting that lots of people are saying, oh, I think I've had it, so I'm going to go out, it's fine, I can't get it again. Because there's absolutely zero evidence to suggest that there's such a thing like that.
Yeah.
And the level of people, there's so many people that, oh, I think I've had it. And actually, there's an estimate. I'd like you to guess what percentage, as an estimation, what percentage of people have actually had it?
Well, it's pointless really guessing. I mean, I know that the figure you'll come up with is something like 10%, 10%, something like that. But we don't know. We've got no idea.
Exactly. It's an estimation, 5%. But it's stupid that they say, oh, I think I've had it. I had a cold, or I sneezed twice in 5 minutes. Now I've had it and I can do what I like.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
On the other hand, most people who are healthy and below the age of 70 will not be seriously inconvenienced by this virus.
Yeah, well, you don't know that for a fact either.
But we do. The rate of serious infection with those under 70 years old is relatively... Well, I was going to say insignificant, but that's not really appropriate. It's small. It's small.
Okay, but that doesn't mean you can say that you can just go out because you think you've had it.
Well, no, of course not. But then it doesn't also mean to say that you can drink alcohol on a regular basis, or smoke cigarettes, or eat cake, or not exercise, or spend the whole day sitting down. You know, all these other things that are bad for us, but we do anyway.
Anyway, another.
Where did you go?
There you are. Is all the pressing of the buttons that you do on the film? Who does that? Is it you or your glamorous assistant?
Pressing of the buttons? What buttons?
You know, all your dinglings.
There are no dinglings here.
Who does it? Is it you or your assistant?
Why? Is this a complaint?
No, I'm saying it's. I listen to another show.
Another
not when
show?
You're
There
on.
are no other
only,
shows.
Only on weekdays. Only on weekdays when you're not on.
Yeah.
And their buttons is slow and it's badly timed, but you are exceptional. So who does it?
Well, it's me. It has to be me. Of course it's me.
Well done.
Okay, well, thanks very much. Cheers. Appreciate it. 0345 6060 973. Who else is doing sound effects? Let's have Kensington. Pushpa.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to... I'm really surprised. Certain countries have laws that you have to have a face mask. Why can't we have here?
There seems to be a difference of opinion between scientists about it will work or it won't work. If people wear a mask, then they'll have a false sense of security, so we don't want that. Or, but on the other hand, every little helps, and they seem to be undecided.
No, it does. I'll tell you, it does work. My husband had some problem, and we both went to the surgery, which is in a shopping mall. I was covering my face, and my husband was very brave. Nothing's going to happen to me. And he didn't cover his face. What happened? He got it. Within 4 days, he was admitted to the hospital. Oxygen only. He was taking 40% oxygen only. He was in hospital for 12 days. He was on CPAP machine first, and then on oxygen. Thank God he's come back home. Just because he was not wearing face mask.
Well, maybe not. He might have got it before he arrived, or he
was perfectly okay, because, as you know, doctor surgeries are normally closed. They call you, if you have any problem, you give them a ring. I have this problem, and they ask you a million questions.
Well, it makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, some scientists say that it will give people a false sense of security, and so they'll engage in more risky behaviour if they're wearing a mask, because they think they'll be protected. And masks don't protect 100% of the time, but it seems to me that they will give you a little bit of protection. But also the thing with a mask is, as far as I'm aware, a mask rather than a respirator, which is a much more significant a piece of equipment, a mask is to stop other people getting what you've got. Whereas a respirator will stop you getting what other people have got. But we don't have respirators because they're too hard to find, they're too expensive. And where would you get one? Masks, on the other hand, if everybody wears a mask, then they're likely to pass it on to a lesser extent than if we weren't wearing a mask. That makes sense? I think so.
No, that makes sense. But then, of course, it's supposing if I'm wearing a mask, okay, I won't pass it on. But if I won't pass it on, how will somebody get it?
Exactly. Yeah.
So if you're wearing, at least there's a little protection there.
Yeah.
Then why should countries like Germany and France have a law that everybody has to have a face mask?
And we
They're
don't.
not stupid.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Plus, Pushpa, I would look fantastic in a face mask.
Well, I do. I wear 2 masks, not 1.
You've got 2 masks. What do you do?
Yeah.
Where do you put them?
Both together.
You double mask?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because I have got 3 conditions of lungs, and my husband, as I said, he got the virus.
Yeah.
He's come back home. He has to go for a walk every single day, because 111 used to call every 3 days, and wonderful service he got. He said he's blessing the NHS. People talk bad about NHS, but I would say it's a fantastic thing.
Right.
Anyway, everybody was so wonderful at the hospital, helpful. Nurses were so good. he came back home, and NHS was calling 111, and 111 was calling him every third day to check how he was doing. Then he said, fine, you have no symptoms, you're okay, you can go. You have to go out for a walk, otherwise you lose confidence in going out.
Yes.
So we wear masks, and somebody very kindly gave us the proper mask which doctor wears. And when we go out, people look at us. So I said, now fine, we can't wear those masks, we wear ordinary mask. So, but one, as you just said, that it may not protect you, but then at least
it might protect
my
other
germs
people.
are not going out.
Right. And so, as a benefit to the human race, you double bag your face.
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, the thing with wearing a mask, I mean, I'll be honest, I've got a mask, but I haven't actually worn it in public yet because, like most British people, I don't wish to draw attention to myself. But the thing with the illogical thing of it is that nobody will be able to know who you are when you're wearing a mask. So it doesn't matter whether you draw attention to yourself. Nobody can tell who you are.
Who says that?
I did just now.
No, you can. I mean, you don't wear it, so you don't have. Try tomorrow, put it on, and look at yourself in the mirror. Anybody will be able to recognize. But why do you want to be recognized?
I don't. I never want to be recognized. But if you wear a mask, it seems to me that people will look at you. But it doesn't matter that they're looking at you because they don't know who you are.
But you see, when you go for a walk, there are people who are jogging, people on the bicycle, and they breathe fast. And of course, then you know this in the breathe or they perspire.
Yeah.
The germs coming out.
I know, sputum all over you. Awful.
Yeah.
You know, I was driving back last night, and there were gangs of malevolent youths riding around on bicycles. It seemed very suspicious to me, Pushpa.
Yeah.
They looked like they were after trouble to me. I mean, what were they doing? There was dozens of them, all riding around in a gang on their bicycles.
True, very true, very true.
How do you know?
Yes, very true. Anyway, this is how I think. And then after seeing my husband suffer so much, not wearing a mask, because we were not going out anywhere. He is 74 and I'm 68.
68 years old.
How did he get it?
I've got no idea. It's here, there, and everywhere, baby. It's everywhere.
Anyway, thank you for taking my call.
Well, thank you for making your call.
Much appreciated.
All right, thanks a lot. Cheers, Pushpa. Ta-da. 03. I don't know why I'm giving the number out. It's way too late for that. John emails from your Manly Beach fan club here in Sydney. Am I the only person that thinks that's just a ludicrous name for a place? Manly Beach. I mean, come on. From your Manly Beach fan club here in Sydney. The UK's attempt to deal with the coronavirus is lamentable, he said. Not wishing to gloat, but here in Oz we had only one new case in the whole country yesterday, and a total of 103 deaths over 3 months. Why? Because we shut the airports and sent away all the cruise ships. The UK is bailing out a sinking ship with more holes being added daily. I hope there is some light at the end of your tunnel, says John. Yeah, they've had 103 deaths from the coronavirus over 3 months, 3,000 deaths from spider bites. They are the size of Volkswagens down there. Bob emails, when this social distancing thing ends, let's not tell some people. That's a really good idea. I'm going to make a list. Brian from Stockton-on-Tees will be right at the very tip-toppermost. Yeah, it'll be like after the Second World War. Decades will go by and there'll still people be in the trenches thinking that, they're still fighting a good fight. That's good thinking there, Bob. When the social distancing thing ends, let's not tell some people. Let's make a list.